We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Franklin.
I mean, it isn't like we swiped anything. We maybe borrowed a couple of things but gee, we put everything back like we found it pretty near. Even like the compressor we got from Stinky Brinker that his old man wasn't using, and I traded my outboard motor for. My father made me trade back. But it was like Skinny said. You know, Skinny Thompson. He's the one you guys keep calling the boy genius, but shucks, he's no... Well, yeah, it's like Skinny said. We didn't need an outboard motor, and we did need a compressor. You've got to have a compressor on a spaceship. Everybody knows that. And that old compression chamber that old man, Mr. Fields, let us use didn't have a compressor. Sure, he said we could use it. Anyway, he said we could play with it, and Skinny said we were going to make a spaceship out of it, and he said go ahead. Well, no, he didn't say it exactly like that. Like he didn't take it serious, sort of. Anyway, it made a swell spaceship. It had 4 portholes on it, and an airlock, and real bunks in it, and lots of room for all that stuff that Skinny put in there. But it didn't have a compressor, and that's why... What stuff? Oh, you know, the stuff that Skinny put in there, like the radars he made out of a TV set, and the anti-gravity and the atomic power plant he invented to run it all with. He's awfully smart, Skinny is. But he's not like what you'd think of a genius. You know, he's not all the time using big words, and he doesn't look like a genius. We call him Skinny because he used to be skinny. But he isn't now. He's maybe small for his age, anyway smaller than me, and I'm the same age as he is. Of course, I'm big for my age, so that doesn't mean much, does it? Well, I guess Stinker Brinker started it. He's always riding Skinny about one thing or another, but Skinny never gets mad. And it's a good thing for Stinker, too. I saw Skinny clean up a bunch of 9th graders. Well, a couple of them anyway. They were saying... Well, I guess I won't tell you what they were saying. Anyway, Skinny used judo. I guess because that wasn't much of a fight. Anyway, Stinker said something about how he was going to be a rocket pilot when he grew up, and I told him that Skinny had told me that there wouldn't be any rockets, and that anti-gravity would be the thing as soon as it was invented. So Stinker said it never would be invented, and I said it would so, and he said it would not, and I said... Well, if you're going to keep interrupting me, how can I... All right, anyway, Skinny broke into the argument and said that he could prove mathematically that anti-gravity was possible, and Stinker said, sure, he could, and Skinny said, sure he could, and Stinky said, sure he could, like that. Honestly, is that any way to argue? It sounds like 2 people agreeing, only Stinky keeps going, sure, like that, you know, and Stinky, what does he know about mathematics? He's had to take remedial arithmetic ever since... No, I don't understand how the anti-gravity works, Skinny told me. But it was something about meson flow and stuff like that, and I didn't understand. The atomic power plant made more sense. Where did we get the uranium? Gee, no, we couldn't afford uranium, so Skinny invented the hydrogen fusion plant. Anyone can make hydrogen. You just take zinc and sulfuric acid and deuterium. You mean like heavy hydrogen? No, Skinny said it would probably work better, but like I said... We couldn't afford anything fancy. As it was, Skinny had to pay $5 or $6 for that special square tubing in the anti-gravity, and the plastic space helmets we had cost us 98 cents each. And it cost $1.50 for the special tube that Skinny needed to make a TV set into a radar. You see, we didn't steal anything, really. It was mostly stuff that was just lying around, like the TV set was up in my attic, and the old refrigerator that Skinny used the parts to make the atomic power plant out of from. And then a lot of the stuff we already had, like the skin diving suits we made into spacesuits, and the vacuum pump that Skinny had already, and the generator. Sure, we did a lot of skin diving, but that was last summer. That's how we knew about old man Brinker's compressor that Stinky said was his, and I traded my outboard motor for, and had to trade back. And that's how we knew about Mr. Fields' old compression chamber and all that. The rocket? Well, it worked on the same principle as the atomic power plant, only it doesn't work except in a vacuum, hardly. Of course, you don't need much of a rocket when you have anti-gravity. Everyone knows that. Well, anyway, that's how we built the spaceship. And believe me, it wasn't easy. I mean, with Stinky all the time bothering us and laughing at us. And I had to do a lot of lawn mowing to get money for the square tubing for the anti-gravity, the special tube for the radar, and my space helmet. Stinky called the space helmets kid stuff. He was always saying things like, "Say hello to the folks on Mars for me, and bring back a bottle of Canal number 5, and all like that, you know. Of course, they did look like kid stuff, I guess. We bought them at the 5 and dime, and they were meant for kids. Of course, when Skinny got through with them, they worked fine. We tested them in the airlock of the compression chamber when we got the compressor in. They tested out pretty good for half an hour. Then we tried them on in there. Well, it wasn't a complete vacuum, just 27 inches of mercury, but that was okay for a test. So anyway, we got ready to take off. Stinky was there to watch, of course. He was saying things like, "Farewell, oh brave pioneers," and stuff like that. I mean, it was enough to make you sick. He was standing there, laughing and singing something like "Up in the Air, Junior Birdman," but when we closed the airlock door, we couldn't hear him. Skinny started up the atomic power plant, and we could see Stinky laughing fit to kill. It takes a couple of minutes to warm up, you know, so Stinky started throwing rocks to attract our attention, and Skinny was scared that he'd crack a porthole or something, so he threw the switch, and we took off. Boy, you should have seen Stinky's face. I mean, you really should have seen it. One minute he was laughing, you know, and next minute he looked like a goldfish. I guess he always did look like a goldfish, but I mean, even more like then. And he was getting smaller and smaller because we had taken off. We were gone pretty near 6 hours, and it's a good thing my mum made me to take a lunch. Sure, I told her where we were going. Well, anyway, I told her we were maybe going to fly around the world in Skinny and my spaceship, or maybe go down to Carson's Pond. And she made me take a lunch, and made me promise I wouldn't go swimming alone. And I sure didn't. But we did go around the world 3 or 4 times. I lost count. Anyway, that's when we saw the satellite on radar, so Skinny pulled the spaceship over to it, and we got out and looked at it. The spacesuits worked fine too. Gosh, no, we didn't steal it or anything. Like Skinny said, it was just a menace to navigation and the batteries were dead and it wasn't working right anyway. So we tied it onto the spaceship and took it home. No, we had to tie it on top. It was too big to take inside with the antenna sticking out. Of course, we found out how to fold them later. Well, anyway, the next day, the Russians started squawking about a capitalist plot, and someone had to swipe their satellite. Gee, I mean, with all the satellites up there, who'd missed just one? So I got worried that they'd found out that we took it. Of course, I didn't need to worry, because Stinky told them all right, just like a tattletale. So anyway, after Skinny got the batteries recharged, we put it back. When we landed, there were hundreds of people standing there. And Mr. Anderson from the State Department, I guess you know the rest. Except Mr. Anderson started laughing when we told him, and he said it was the best joke on the Russians he had ever heard. I guess it is when you think about it. I mean, the Russians complaining about somebody swiping their satellite, and then the State Department answering a couple of kids borrowed it, but they put it back. One thing that bothers me, though, we didn't put it back exactly the way we found it. But I guess it doesn't matter. You see, when we put it back, we goofed a little. I mean, we put it back in the same orbit, more or less. But we got it going in the wrong direction. End of We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall.
Assassin by J.F. Bone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Olson. Assassin by J.F. Bone. The aliens wooed Earth with gifts, love, patience, and peace. Who could resist them? After all, no one shoots Santa Claus. The rifle lay comfortably in his hands, a gleaming precision instrument that exuded a faint odor of gun oil and powder solvent. It was a perfect specimen of the gunsmith's art, a semi-automatic rifle with a telescopic sight, a precisely engineered tool that could hurl death with pinpoint accuracy for better than half a mile. Daniel Matson eyed the weapon with bleak gray eyes, the eyes of a hunter framed in the passionless face of an executioner. His blunt hands were steady as they lifted the gun and tried a dry shot at an imaginary target. He nodded to himself. He was ready. Carefully, he laid the rifle down on the mattress, which covered the floor of his firing point, and looked out through the hole in the brickwork to the narrow canyon of the street below. The crowd had thickened. It had been gathering since early morning, and the growing press of spectators had now become solid walls of people lining the street, packed tightly together on the sidewalks. Yet, despite the fact that there were virtually no police, the crowd did not overflow into the streets, nor was there any of the pushing, crowding impatience that once attended a grand assemblage of this sort. Instead, there was a placid tolerance, a spirit of friendly goodwill, and ingenious complacence that grated on Matson's nerves like the screeching rasp of a file drawn across the edge of thin metal. He shivered uncontrollably. It was hard to be a free man in a world of slaves. It was a measure of the Aztlan's triumph that only a bare half-dozen police copters patrolled the empty skies above the parade route. The aliens had done this, had conquered the world without firing a shot or speaking a word in anger. They had wooed Earth with understanding patience and superlative guile, and Earth had fallen into their hands like a lovesick virgin. There never had been any real opposition, and what there was had been completely ineffective. Most of those who had opposed the aliens were out of circulation, imprisoned in correctional institutions, undergoing rehabilitation. Rehabilitation! A 6-bit word for dehumanizing. When those poor devils finished their treatment with Aztlan brainwashing techniques, they would be just like these sheep below, with the difference that they would never be able to be anything else. But these other stupid fools crowding the sidewalks waiting to hail their destruction, these were the ones who must be saved. They, not the martyrs of the underground, were the important part of humanity. A police copter windmilled slowly down the avenue toward his hiding place, the rotating vanes and insect body of the craft starkly outlined against the jagged backdrop of the city's skyline. He laughed soundlessly as the suriciating flutter of the rotor blades beat overhead and died, whispering into the distance down the long canyon of the street. His position had been chosen with care, and was invisible from air and ground alike. He had selected it months ago, and had taken considerable pains to conceal its true purpose. But after today, concealment wouldn't matter. If things went as he hoped, the place might someday become a shrine. The idea amused him. Strange, he mused, how events conspire to change a man's career. 7 years ago, he had been a respected and important member of that far different sort of crowd which had welcomed the visitors from space. That was a human crowd, half afraid, wholly curious, jostling, noisy, pushing, a teeming swarm that clustered in thick disorderly ring around a silver disk that lay in the center of the international airport overlooking Puget Sound. Then, he could have predicted his career, and none of the predictions would have been true, for none of them included a man with a rifle waiting in a blind for the game to approach within range. The Aztlan ship had landed early that July morning, dropping silently through the overcast covering International Airport. It settled gently to rest precisely in the center of the junction of the 3 main runways of the field, effectively tying up the transcontinental and transoceanic traffic. Fully 500 meters in diameter, the giant ship squatted massively on the runway junction, cracking and buckling the thick concrete runways under its enormous weight. By noon, after the first skepticism had died and the unbelievable TV pictures had been flashed to their waiting audience, the crowd began to gather. All through that hot July morning they came, increasing by the minute as farther outlying districts poured their curious into the airport. By early afternoon, literally hundreds of millions of eyes were watching the great ship, over a worldwide network of television stations which canceled their regular programs to give their viewers an uninterrupted view of the enigmatic craft. By mid-morning, the sun had burned off the overcast and was shining with brassy brilliance upon the squads of sweating soldiers from Fort Lewis, and more sweating squads of blue-clad police from the metropolitan area of Seattle-Tacoma. The police and the soldiery quickly formed a ring around the ship and cleared a narrow lane around the periphery, and this they maintained despite the increasing pressure of the crowd. The hours passed, and nothing happened. The faint creaking and snapping sounds as the seamless hull of the vessel warmed up its space-chilled metal in the warmth of the summer sun were lost in the growing impatience of the crowd. They wanted something to happen. Shouts and catcalls filled the air as more nervous individuals clamored to relieve the tension. Off to one side, a small group began to clap their hands rhythmically. The little clique gained recruits, and within moments the air was riven by the thunder of 1,000 palms meeting in unison. Frightening the crowd might be, but greater than the fear was the desire to know what sort of creatures were inside. Matson stood in the cleared area surrounding the ship, a position of privilege he shared with a few city and state officials, and the high brass from McCore Field, Fort Lewis, and Bremerton Navy Yard. He was one of the bright young men who had chosen government service as a career, and who, in these days of science consciousness, had risen rapidly through ability and merit promotions to become the director of the Office of Scientific Research while still in his early 30s. A dedicated man, trained in the bitter school of ideological survival, he understood what the alien science could mean to this world. Their knowledge would secure peace in whatever terms the possessors cared to name, and Matson intended to make sure that his nation was the one which possessed that knowledge. He stood beside a tall, scholarly-looking man named Roger Thornton, who was his friend and incidentally the commissioner of police for the Twin City metropolitan area. To a casual eye, their positions should be reversed, for the lean aesthetic Thornton looked far more like the accepted idea of a scientist than the burly, thick-shouldered, square-faced Matson, whose every movement shouted cop. Matson looked quizzically at the taller man. "Well, Roger, I wonder how long those birds inside are going to keep us waiting before we get a look at them." "You'd be surprised if they really were birds, wouldn't you?" Thornton asked with a faint smile. "But seriously, I hope it isn't too much longer. This mob is giving the boys a bad time." He looked anxiously at the strained line of police and soldiery. "I guess I should have ordered out the night shift and reserves instead of just the riot squad. From the looks of things, they'll be needed if this crowd gets any more unruly." Matson chuckled. "You're an alarmist," he said mildly. "As far as I can see, they're doing all right. I'm not worried about them, or the crowd for that matter. The thing that's bothering me is my feet. I've been standing on them for 6 hours, and they're killing me." "Mine too," Thornton sighed. "Tell you what I'll do. When this is over, I'll split a bucket of hot water and a pint of arnica with you." "It's a deal," Matson said. As he spoke, a deep musical hum came from inside the ship, and a section of the rim beside him separated along invisible lines of juncture, swinging down to form a broad ramp leading upward to a square orifice on the rim of the ship. A bright, shadowless light that seemed to come from the metal walls of the opening framed the shape of the star traveler who stood there, rigidly erect, looking over the heads of the section of the crowd before him. A concerted grasp of awe and admiration rose from the crowd, a gasp that was echoed through the entire ring that surrounded the ship. There must be other openings like this one, Matson thought dully, as he stared at the beam from space. Behind him, an army tank rumbled noisily on its treads as it drove through the crowd towards the ship, the long gun of its turret lifting like an alert finger to point at the figure of the alien. The stranger didn't move from his unnaturally stiff position. His oddly luminous eyes never wavered from their fixed stare at a point far beyond the outermost fringes of the crowd. 7 feet tall, obviously masculine, he differed from mankind only in minor details. His long, slender hands lacked the little finger, and his waist was abnormally small. Other than that, he was human in external appearance. A wide-sleeved tunic of metallic fiber covered his upper body, gathered in at his narrow waist by a broad metal belt studded with tiny bosses. The tunic ended halfway between hip and knee, revealing powerfully muscled legs encased in silvery hose. Bright yellow hair hung to his shoulders, clipped short in a square bang across his forehead. His face was long, clean-featured, and extraordinarily calm, almost godlike in its repose. Matson stared, fascinated. He had the curious impression that the visitor had stepped bodily out of the Middle Ages. His dress and haircut were almost identical with that of a medieval courtier. The Starman raised his hand. His strangely luminous steel-gray eyes scanned the crowd, and into Matson's mind came a wave of peaceful calm, a warm feeling of goodwill and brotherhood, an indescribable feeling of soothing relaxation. With an odd sense of shock, Matson realized that he was not the only one to experience this. As far back as the farthest hangers-on near the airport gates, the tenseness of the waiting crowd relaxed. The effect was amazing. Troops lowered their weapons with shamefaced smiles on their faces. Police relaxed their sweating vigilance. The crowd stirred, moving backwards to give its members room. The emotion-charged atmosphere vanished as though it had never been, and a cold chill played icy fingers up the spine of Daniel Madsen. He had felt the full impact of the alien's projection, and he was more frightened than he had ever been in his life. They had been clever, damnably clever. That initial greeting, with its disarming undertones of empathy and innocence, had accomplished its purpose. It had emasculated mankind's natural suspicion of strangers, and their subsequent actions, so beautifully timed, so careful to avoid the slightest hint of evil, had completed what their magnificently staged appearance had begun. The feeling of trust had persisted. It had lasted through quarantine, clearance, and public receptions, and the private meetings with scientists and the heads of government. It had persisted unabated through the entire 2 months they remained in the Twin City area. The aliens remained as they had been in the beginning, completely unspoiled by the interest shown in them. They remained simple, unaffected, and friendly, displaying an ingenious innocence that demanded a corresponding faith in return. Most of their time was spent at the University of Washington, where at their own request they were studied by curious scholars, and in return were given courses in human history and behavior. They were quite frank about their reasons for following such a course of action. According to their spokesman, Ixtal, they wanted to learn human ways in order to make a better impression when they visited the rest of mankind. Matson read that blurb in an official press release and laughed cynically. Better impression? Ha! They couldn't have done any better if they had an entire corps of public relations specialists assisting them. They struck exactly the right note, and how could they improve on perfection? From the beginning, they left their great ship open and unguarded while they commuted back and forth from the airport to the campus. And naturally, the government quickly rectified the second error and took instant advantage of the first. A guard was posted around the ship to keep it clear of the unofficially curious, while the officially curious combed the vessel's interior with a fine-tooth comb. Teams of scientists and technicians under Matson's direction swarmed through the ship, searching with the most advanced methods of human science for the secrets of the aliens. They quickly discovered that while the star travelers might be trusting, they were not exactly fools. There was nothing about the impenetrably shielded mechanisms that gave the slightest clue as to their purpose or to the principles upon which they operated, nor were there any visible controls. The ship was as blankly uncommunicative as a brick wall. Matson was annoyed. He had expected more than this, and his frustration drove him to watch the aliens closely. He followed them, sat in on their sessions with the scholars at the university, watched them at their frequent public appearances, and came to know them well enough to recognize the microscopic differences that made them individuals. To the casual eye, they were alike as peas in a pod, but Matson could separate Farn from Keisha, and Laz from Kana. And Ixel, well, he would have stood out from the others in any circumstances. But Matson never intruded. He was content to sit in the background and observe. And what he saw bothered him. They gave him no reason for their appearance on Earth, and whenever the question came up, Ixel parried it adroitly. They were obviously not explorers, for they displayed a startling familiarity with Earth's geography and ecology. They were possibly ambassadors, although they behaved like no ambassadors he had ever seen. They might be traders, although what they would trade only God and the aliens knew, and neither party was in a talking mood. Mysteries bothered Matson. He didn't like them, but they could keep their mystery if he could only have the technical knowledge that was concealed beneath their beautifully shaped skulls. At that, he had to admit that their appearance had come precisely at the right time. No one better than he knew how close mankind had been to the final war, when the last two major antagonists on Earth were girding their human and industrial power for a final showdown. But the aliens had become a diversion. The impending war was forgotten while men waited to see what was coming next. It was obvious that the Starmen had a reason for being here, and until they chose to reveal it, humanity would forget its deadly problems in anticipation of the answer to this delightful puzzle that had come to them from outer space. Matson was thankful for the breathing space, all too well aware that it might be the last that mankind might have. But the enigma of the aliens still bothered him. He was walking down the main corridor of the physics building on the university campus, wondering, as he constantly did, about how he could extract some useful information from the aliens, when a quiet voice, speaking accentless English, sounded behind him. "What precisely do you wish to know, Dr. Matson?" the voice said. Matson whirled to face the questioner and looked into the face of Ixel. The alien was smiling, apparently pleased at having startled him. "What gave you the idea I wanted to know anything?" he asked. "You did," Ixel said. "We all have been conscious of your thoughts for many days. Forgive me for intruding, but I must. Your speculations radiate on such a broad band that we cannot help being aware of them. It has been quite difficult for us to study your customs and history with this high level of background noise. We are aware of your interest, but your thoughts are so confused that we have never found questions we could answer. If you would be more specific, we would be happy to give you the information which you seek." Oh, yeah, Matson thought. Of course. It would be to our advantage to have your disturbing speculations satisfied and your fears set at rest. We could accomplish more in a calmer environment. It is too bad that you do not receive as strongly as you transmit. If you did, direct mental contact would convince you that our reasons for satisfying you are good. But you need not fear us, Earthman. We intend you no harm. Indeed, we plan to help you once we learn enough to formulate a proper program." "I do not fear you," Matson said, knowing that he lied. "Perhaps not consciously," Ixel said graciously. "But nevertheless, fear is in you. It is too bad, and besides," he continued with a faint smile, "it is very uncomfortable. Your glandular emotions are quite primitive and very disturbing." "I'll try to keep them under control," Matson said dryly. "Physical control is not enough. With you, there would have to be mental control as well. Unfortunately, you radiate much more strongly than your fellow men, and we are unable to shut you out without exerting considerable effort that could be better employed elsewhere." The alien eyed Matson speculatively. "There you go again," he said. "Now you're angry." Matson tried to force his mind to utter blankness, and the alien smiled at him. "It does some good, but not much," he said. "Conscious control is never perfect." "Well then, what can I do?" "Go away. Your range, fortunately, is short." Matson looked at the alien. "Not yet," he said coldly. "I'm still looking for something." "Our technology." Ixel nodded. "I know. However, I can assure you that it will be of no help to you. You simply do not have the necessary background. Our science is based on a completely different philosophy from yours." To Matson, the terms were contradictory. "Not as much as you think," Ixel continued imperturbably. "As you will find out, I was speaking quite precisely." He paused and eyed Matson thoughtfully. "It seems as though the only way to remove your disturbing presence is to show you that our technology is of no help to you. I will make a bargain with you. We shall show you our machines, and in return, you will stop harassing us. We will do all in our power to make you understand, but whether you do or not, you will promise to leave and allow us to continue our studies in peace. Is that agreeable?" Matson swallowed the lump in his throat. Here it was, handed to him on a silver platter, and suddenly he wasn't sure that he wanted it. "It is," he said. After all, it was all he could expect. They met that night at the starship. The aliens, tall, calm, and cool. Matson, stocky, heavy-set, and sweating. The contrast was infernally sharp, Matson thought. It was as if a primitive savage were meeting a group of nuclear physicists at Los Alamos. For some unknown reason, he felt ashamed that he had forced these people to his wishes, but the aliens were pleasant about it. They took the imposition in their usual friendly way. "Now," Ixel said, "exactly what do you want to see, to know?" "First of all, what is the principle of your space drive?" "There are two," the alien said. "The drive that moves this ship in normal space is derived from Lurgel's fourth-order equations concerning the release of subatomic energy in a restricted space-time continuum. Now, don't protest. I know you know nothing of Lurgel, nor of fourth-order equations, and while I can show you the mathematics, I'm afraid they will be of little help. You see, our fourth order is based upon a process which you would call psychomathematics, and that is something I am sure you have not yet achieved." Matson shook his head. "I've never heard of it," he admitted. "The second drive operates in warped space-time," Ixel continued. "Hyperspace, in your language, and its theory is much more difficult than that of our normal drive. Although its application is quite simple, merely involving apposition of congruent surfaces of hyper and normal space at stress points in the ether where high gravitational fields balance, navigation in hyperspace is done by electric computer, somewhat more advanced models than yours. However, I can't give you the basis behind the hyperspace drive." Ixel smiled depreciatingly. "You see, I don't know them myself. Only a few of the most advanced minds of Aztlan can understand. We merely operate the machines." Matson shrugged. He had expected something like this. Now they would stall him off about the machines after handing him a fast line of double talk. "As I said," Ixel went on, "there is no basis for understanding. Still, if it will satisfy you, we will show you our machines, and the mathematics that created them, although I doubt that you will learn anything more from them than you have from our explanation." "I could try," Matson said grimly. "Very well," Ixel replied. He led the way into the center of the ship, where the seamless housings stood, the housings that had baffled some of the better minds of Earth. Matson watched while the starmen proceeded to be helpful. The housings fell apart at invisible lines of juncture, revealing mechanisms of baffling simplicity, and some things that didn't look like machines at all. The aliens stripped the strange devices, and Ixel attempted to explain. They had anti-gravity, force fields, faster-than-light drive, and advanced design computers that could be packed in a suitcase. There were weird devices whose components seemed to run out of sight at crazily impossible angles, other things that rotated frictionlessly, suspended in fields of pure force, and still others which his mind could not envisage even after his eyes had seen them. All about him lay the evidence of a science so advanced and alien that his brain shrank from the sight, refusing to believe such things existed. And their math was worse. It began where Einstein left off and went off at an incomprehensible tangent that involved psychology and ESP. Matson was lost after the first 5 seconds. Stunned, uncomprehending, and deflated, he left the ship. An impression that he was standing with his toe barely inside the door of knowledge became a conscious certainty as he walked slowly to his car. The wry thought crossed his mind that if the aliens were trying to convince him of his abysmal ignorance, they had succeeded far beyond their fondest dreams. They certainly had, Matson thought grimly as he selected 5 cartridges from the box lying beside him. In fact, they had succeeded too well. They had turned his deflation into antagonism, his ignorance into distrust. Like a savage, he suspected what he could not understand, but unlike the true primitive, The emotional distrust didn't interfere with his ability to reason, or to draw logical inferences from the data which he had accumulated. In attempting to convince, Ixel had oversold his case. It was shortly after he had returned to Washington that the aliens gave the waiting world the reasons for their appearance on Earth. They were, they said, members of a very ancient, highly evolved culture called Aztlan, and the Aztlans, long past the need for conquest and expansion, had turned their mighty science to the help of other, less fortunate races in the galaxy. The aliens were, in a sense, missionaries, one of hundreds of teams traveling the star lanes to bring the benefits of Aztlan culture to less favored worlds. They were, unblushingly admitted, altruists, interested only in helping others. It was pure corn, Matson reflected cynically, but the world lapped it up and howled for more. After decades of Cold War, lukewarm war, and sporadic outbreaks of violence that were inevitably building to atomic destruction, men were willing to try anything that would ease the continual burden of strain and worry. To mankind, the Aztlan's words were as refreshing as a cool breeze of hope in a desert of despair. And the world got what it wanted. Quite suddenly, the aliens left the Northwest and, accompanied by protective squads of FBI and Secret Service, began to cross the nation. Taking widely separated paths, they visited cities, towns, and farms, exhibiting the greatest curiosity about the workings of human civilization. And, in turn, they were examined by hordes of hopeful humans. Everywhere they went, they spread their message of goodwill and hope, backed by the incredibly convincing power of their telepathic minds. Behind them, they left peace and hopeful calm. Before them, anticipation mounted. It rose to a crescendo in New York, where the paths of the Starmen met. The Aztlans invaded the United Nations. They spoke to the General Assembly and the Security Council, were interviewed by the Secretariat and reporters from 100 foreign lands. They told their story with such conviction that even the communist bloc failed to raise an objection, which was as amazing to the majority of the delegates as the fact of the Starmen themselves. Altruism, it seemed, had no conflict with dielectric materialism. The aliens offered a watered-down variety of their technology to the peoples of Earth with no strings attached, and the governments of Earth accepted with open hands, much as a small boy accepts a cookie from his mother. It was impossible for men to resist the lure of something for nothing, particularly when it was offered by people such as the Aztlans. After all, Matson reflected bitterly, nobody shoots Santa Claus. From every nation in the world came invitations to the aliens to visit their lands. The Starmen cheerfully accepted. They moved across Europe, Asia, and Africa, visited South America, Central America, the Middle East, and Oceania. No country escaped them. They absorbed languages, learned customs, and spread goodwill. Everywhere they went, relaxation followed in their footsteps, and throughout the world arose a realization of the essential brotherhood of man. It took nearly 3 years of continual traveling before the aliens again assembled at UN headquarters to begin the second part of their promised plan, to give their science to Earth. And men waited with calm expectation for the dawn of Golden Age. Matson's lips twisted. Fools! Blind, stupid fools! Selling their birthright for a mess of pottage. He shifted the rifle across his knees and began filling the magazine with cartridges. He felt an empty loneliness as he closed the action over the filled magazine and turned the safety to on. There was no comforting knowledge of support and sympathy to sustain him in what he was about to do. There was no real hope that there ever would be. His was a voice crying in the wilderness, a voice that was ignored, as it had been when he visited the President of the United States. Matson entered the White House, presented his appointment card, and was ushered past ice-eyed Secret Service men into the presidential office. It was as close as he had ever been to the chief executive, and he stared with polite curiosity across the width of the desk which separated them. "I wanted to see you about Aztlan business," the president began without preamble. "You were there when the ship landed, and you're also one of the few men in this country who has seen them alone. In addition, your office will probably be handling the bulk of our requests in regard to the offer they made yesterday in the UN. You're in a favorable spot. The president smiled and shrugged. I wanted to talk with you sooner, but business and routine play the devil with one's desires in this office. Now tell me, he continued, your impression of these people. They're an enigma, Matson said flatly. To tell the truth, I can't figure them out. He ran his fingers through his hair with a worried gesture. I'm supposed to be a pretty fair physicist, and I've had quite a bit of training in the social sciences, but both the mechanisms and the psychology of these Aztlans are beyond my comprehension. All I can say for sure is that they're as far beyond us as we are beyond the cavemen. In fact, we have so little in common that I can't think of a single reason why they would want to stay here, and the fact that they do only adds to my confusion. But you must have learned something, the president said. Oh, we've managed to collect data, Matson replied. But there's a lot of difference between data and knowledge. I can appreciate that, but I'd still like to know what you think. Your opinion could have some weight. Matson doubted it. His opinions were contrary to those of the majority. Still, the chief asked for it, and he might possibly have an open mind. It was a chance worth taking. Well, sir, I suppose you've heard of the so-called wild talents some of our own people occasionally possess? The president nodded. It is my belief, Matson continued, that the Aztlans possess these to a far greater degree than we do, and that their science is based upon them. They have something which they call psychomathematics, which by definition is the mathematics of the mind, and this seems to be the basis of their physical science. I saw their machines, and I must confess that their purpose baffled me until I realized that they must be mechanisms for amplifying their own natural equipment. We know little or nothing about psi phenomena, so it's no wonder I couldn't figure them out. As a matter of fact, we've always treated psi as something that shouldn't be mentioned in polite scientific conversation. The president grinned. I always thought you boys had your blind spots. We do. But when we're confronted with a fact, we try to find out something about it. That is, if the facts hit us hard enough, often enough. Well, you've been hit hard and often, the president chuckled. What did you find out? Facts, Matson said grimly. Just facts. The things that could be determined by observation and measurement. We know that the aliens are telepathic. We also know that they have a form of ESP, or perhaps a recognition of danger would be a better term. And we know its range is somewhere over 1/3 of a mile. We know that they're telekinetic. The lack of visible controls in their ship would tell us that, even if we hadn't seen them move small objects at a distance. We know that they have edict memories, and that they can reason at an extremely high level. Other than that, we know nothing. We don't even know their physical structure. We've tried X-ray, but they're radio-opaque. We've tried using some human sensitives out of the Rhine Institute, but they're unable to get anywhere. They just turn empathic in the aliens' presence. And when we get them back, they do nothing but babble about the beauty of the Aztlan soul. Considering the difficulties, you haven't done too badly, the president said. I take it, then, that you're convinced that they are an advanced life form. But do you think they're sincere in their attitude towards us? Oh, they're sincere enough, Matson said. The only trouble is that we don't know just what they're sincere about. You see, sir, we are in the position of a savage to whom a trader brings the luxuries of civilization. To a savage, the trader may represent purest altruism, giving away such valuable things as glass beads and machine-made cloth for useless pieces of yellow rock and the skins of some native pest. The savage hasn't the slightest inkling that he's being exploited. By the time he realizes he's been had, and the yellow rock is gold and the skins are mink, he has become so dependent on the goods for which the trader has whetted his appetite that he inevitably becomes an economic slave. Of course, you can argue that the cloth and beads are far more of value to the savage than the gold or mink, but in the last analysis, value is determined by the higher culture, and by that standard, the savage gets taken. And ultimately, civilization moves in, and the superior culture of the trader's race determines how the savage will act. Still, the savage has basis for his acts. He is giving something for something, making a trade, but we're not even in that position. The aliens apparently want nothing from us. They have asked for nothing except our goodwill, and that isn't a tradable item. But they're altruists, the president protested. Sir, do you think they're insane? Matson asked curiously. Do they appear like fanatics to you? But we can't apply our standards to them. You yourself has said their civilization is more advanced than ours. Whose standards can we apply? Matson asked. If not ours, then whose? The only standards that we can possibly apply are our own, and in the entire history of human experience, there has never been a single culture that had a basis of pure altruism. Such a culture could not possibly exist. It would be overrun and gobbled up by its practical neighbors before it drew its first breath. We must assume that the culture from which these aliens come has a practical basis in its evolutionary history. It could not have risen full-blown and altruistic like Minerva from the brain of Jove. And if the culture had a practical basis in the past, it logically follows that it has a practical basis in the present. Such a survival trait as practicality would probably never be lost, no matter how far the Aztlan race has evolved. Therefore, we must conclude that they are a practical people who do not give away something for nothing. But the question still remains, what do they want? Whatever it is, I don't think it is anything from which we will profit. No matter how good it looks, I am convinced that cooperation with these aliens will not ultimately be to our advantage. Despite the reports of every investigative agency in this government, I cannot believe that any such thing as pure altruism exists in a sane mind. And whatever I may believe about the Aztlans, I do not think they're insane. The president sighed. You are a suspicious man, Matson, and perhaps you are right. But it doesn't matter what you believe, or what I believe for that matter. This government has decided to accept the help the Aztlans are so graciously offering, and until the reverse is proven, we must accept the fact that the Starmen are altruists, and work with them on that basis. You will organize your office along those lines and extract every gram of information that you can. Even you must admit that they have knowledge that will improve our American way of life. Matson shook his head doggedly. I'm afraid, sir, if you expect Aztlan science to improve the American way of life, you are going to be disappointed. It might promote an Aztlan way of life, but the reverse is hardly possible. It's not my decision, the president said. My hands are tied. Congress voted for the deal by acclamation early this morning. I couldn't veto it even if I'd wanted to. I cannot cooperate in what I believe is our destruction, Matson said in a flat voice. Then you have only one course, the president said. I will be forced to accept your resignation. He sighed wearily. Personally, I think you're making a mistake. Think it over before you decide. You're a good man, and Lord knows the government can use good men. There are far too many fools in politics. He shrugged and stood up. The interview was over. Matson returned to his offices, filled with cold frustration. Even the president believed he could do nothing, and these short-sighted politicians who could see nothing more than the immediate gains, there was a special hell reserved for them. There were too many fools in politics. However, he would do what he could. His sense of duty was stronger than his resentment, and he would stay on and try to cushion some of the damage which the Aztlans would inevitably cause, no matter how innocent their motives. And perhaps the president was right. Perhaps the alien science would bring more good than harm. For the next 2 years, Matson watched the spread of Aztlan ideas throughout the world. He saw Aztlan devices bring health, food, and shelter to millions in underprivileged countries, and improve the lot of those in more favored nations. He watched tyrannies and authoritarian governments fall under the passive resistance of their peoples. He saw militarism crumble to impotence as the Aztlan influence spread through every facet of society, first as a trickle, then as a steady stream, and finally as a rushing torrent. He saw mankind on the brink of a golden age, and he was unsatisfied. Reason said the Starmen were exactly what they claimed to be. Their every action proved it. Their consistency was perfect, their motives unimpeachable, and the results of their efforts were astounding. Life on Earth was becoming pleasant for millions who never knew the meaning of the word. Living standards improved, and everywhere men were conscious of a feeling of warmth and brotherhood. There was no question that the aliens were doing exactly what they promised. But reason also told him that the aliens were subtly and methodically destroying everything that man had created, turning him from an individual into a satisfied puppet operated by Aslan strings. For man is essentially lazy, always searching for the easier way. Why should he struggle to find an answer when the Aslans have discovered it millennia ago and were perfectly willing to share their knowledge? Why should he use inept human devices when those of the aliens performed similar operations with infinitely more ease and efficiency? Why should he work when all he had to do was ask? There was plan behind their acts. But at that point, reason dissolved into pure speculation. Why were they doing this? Was it merely mistaken kindliness, or was there a deeper, more subtle motive? Matson didn't know, and in that lack of knowledge lay the hell in which he struggled. For 2 years he stayed on with the OSR, watching humanity rush down an unmarked road to an uncertain future. Then he ran away. He could take no more of this blind dependence upon alien wisdom, and with the change in administration that had occurred in the fall elections, he no longer had a sense of personal loyalty to the president which had kept him working at a job he despised. He wanted no part of this brave new world the aliens were creating. He wanted to be alone. Like a hermit of ancient times who abandoned society to seek his soul, Matson fled to the desert country of the southwest, as far as possible from the Aztlans and their works. The grimly beautiful land toughened his muscles, blackened his skin, and brought him a measure of peace. Humanity retreated to the remoteness, except for Seth Winters, a leathery old-timer he had met on his first trip into the desert. The acquaintance had ripened to friendship. Seth furnished a knowledge of the desert which Matson lacked, and Matson's money provided the occasional grub stake they needed. For weeks at a time they never saw another human, and Matson was satisfied. The world could go its own way. He would go his. Running away was the smartest thing he could have done. Others, more brave perhaps, or perhaps less rational, had tried to fight, to form an underground movement to oppose these altruists from space, but they were a tiny minority, so divided in motives and purpose that they could not act as a unit. They were never more than a nuisance, and without popular support they never had a chance. After the failure of a complicated plot to assassinate the aliens, they were quickly rounded up and confined, and the aliens continued their work. Matson shrugged. It was funny how little things could mark mileposts in a man's life. If he had known of the underground, he probably would have joined it and suffered the same penalty for failure. If he hadn't fled, if he hadn't met Seth Winters, if he hadn't taken that last trip into the desert, if any one of 100 little things had happened differently, he would not be here. That last trip into the desert, he remembered it as though it were yesterday. The yellow flare of greasewood fire cast flickering spears of light into the encircling darkness. Above, in the purplish-black vault of the moonless sky, the stars shone down with icy splendor. The air was quiet, the evening breeze had died, and the stillness of the desert night pressed softly upon the earth. Far away, muted by distance, came the ululating wail of a coyote. Seth Winters laid another stick of quick-burning greasewood on the fire and squinted across the smoke at Matson, who was lying on his back, arms crossed behind his head, eyeing the night sky with the fascination of a dreamer. "It's certainly peaceful out here," Matson murmured as he rose to his feet, stretched, and sat down again, looking into the tiny fire. "'Tain't nothing unusual, Daniel. Not out here, 'tain't. It's been plumb peaceful on this here desert nigh onto 1,000,000 years. And why it's peaceful? Mainly 'cause there ain't too many humans messin' around in it." "Possibly you're right, Seth." "Sure I'm right. It just ain't natural for a bunch of homo sapes to get together without an argument startin' somewhere. 'Tain't the nature of the critter to be peaceable. And, you know, that's a part of this here sweetness and light between nations that bothers me. Last time I was in Prescott, I sat down and read 6 months of newspapers, and everything's just too damn good to be true. Seems like everybody's getting to love everybody else." He shook his head. "The whole world's as sticky sweet as molasses candy. It just ain't natural." "The Starmen are keeping their word. They said that they would bring us peace. Isn't that what they're doing?" "Shucks, Dan'l. That don't give 'em no call to make the world a blasted honey pot with everybody bubbling over with brotherly love. There ain't no real excitement left. Even the commies ain't raising hell like they used to. People are getting more like a bunch of damn woolies every day." "I'll admit mankind had herd instincts," Matson replied lazily. "But I never thought of them as particularly sheep-like. More like a wolf pack, I'd say." "Well, there's nothing wolf-like about 'em right now. Look, Dan'l, you know what a wolf pack's like. They're smart, tough, and mean. And the old boss wolf is the smartest, toughest, and meanest critter in the whole pack. The others respect him 'cause he's proved his ability to lead. But take a sheep flock, now. The bellwether is just a nice old castrate that'll do just what the sheepherder wants. He's got no originality. He's just a noise that the rest foller." "Could be."
"It sure is. Just for instance. And speaking of bellwethers, have you heard of a character called Throckmorton Bixby?"
"Can't say I have. He sounds like a Nance."
"Whatever a Nance is, he's it. But you're talking about our next president, unless all the prophets are wrong. He's just as bad as his name. Of all the gutless wonders I've ever heard, that Pilgrim takes the prize. He even looks like a rabbit."
"I can see where I had better catch up on some contemporary history," Matson said. "I've been out in the sticks too long."
"If you know what's good for you, you'll stay here. The rest of the country's going to hell. Brother Bixby's just a sample. About the only thing that'd recommend him is that he's hot for peace. And he's got those Furrier's blessing. Seems like those freaks swing a lot of weight nowadays, and they ain't shy about telling folks who and what they favor. They've got as bold as brass this past year."
Matson nodded idly, then stiffened, turning a wide-eyed stare on Seth. A blinding light exploded in his brain as the words sank in. With crystal clarity, he knew the answer. He laughed harshly. Winters stared at him with mild surprise.
"What's bit ya, Dan'l?"
But Matson was completely oblivious, buttressing the flash of inspiration. Sure, that was the only thing it could be. Those aliens were working on a program, one that was grimly recognizable once his attention was focused on it. There must have been considerable pressure to make them move so fast that a short-lived human could see what they were planning. But Matson had a good idea of what was driving them. An atomic war that could decimate the world would be all the spur they'd need. They weren't playing for penny ante stakes. They didn't want to exploit mankind. They didn't give a damn about mankind. To them, humanity was merely an unavoidable nuisance. Something to be pushed aside, something to be made harmless and dependent, and ultimately to be quietly and bloodlessly eliminated. Man's civilization held nothing that the Starmen wanted, but man's planet. That was a different story. Truly, the aliens were right when they considered man a savage. Like a savage, man didn't realize his most valued possession was his land. The peaceful penetration was what had fooled him. Mankind, faced with a similar situation and working from a position of overwhelming strength, would have reacted differently. Humanity would have invaded and conquered. But the aliens had not even considered this obvious step. Why? The answer was simple and logical. They couldn't. Even though their technology was advanced enough to exterminate man with little or no loss to themselves, the combat and slaughter must be repulsive to them. It had to be. With their telepathic minds, they would necessarily have a pathologic horror of suffering. They were so highly evolved that they simply couldn't fight, at least not with the weapons of humanity. But they could use the subtler weapon of altruism. And even more important, uncontrolled emotions were poison to them. In fact, Ixel had admitted it back in Seattle. The primitive psi waves of humanity's hates, lusts, Fears and exaltations must be unbearable torture to a race long past such animal outbursts. That must be, why they were moving so fast. For their own safety, emotion had to be damped out of the human race. Matson had a faint conception of what the aliens must have suffered when they first surveyed that crowd at International Airport. No wonder they had looked so strangely immobile at that first contact. The raw emotion must have nearly killed them. He felt a reluctant stir of admiration for their courage. For the dedicated bravery needed to face that crowd and establish a beachhead of tranquility, those first few minutes must have compressed them in the agonies of a lifetime. Matson grinned coldly. The aliens were not invulnerable. If mankind could be taught to fear and hate them, and if that emotion could be focused, they never again would try to take this world. It would be sheer suicide. As long as mankind kept its emotions, it would be safe from this sort of invasion. But the problem was to teach mankind to fear and hate. Shock would do it, but how could that shock be applied? The thought led inevitably to the only possible conclusion. The aliens would have to be killed, and in such a manner as to make humanity fear retaliation from the stars. Fear would unite men against a possible invasion, and fear would force men to reach for the stars to forestall retribution. Matson grinned thinly. Human nature couldn't have changed much these past years. Even with a master psychologist like the Aztlans operating on it, changes in emotional pattern would require generations. He sighed, looking to the anxious face of Seth Winters, and returned to the reality of the desert night. His course was set. He knew what he had to do. He laid the rifle across his knees and opened the little leather box sewn to the side of the gun case. With precise, careful movements, he removed the silencer and fitted it to the threaded muzzle of the gun. The bulky blue excrescence changed the rifle from a thing of beauty to one of murder. He looked at it distastefully, then shrugged, and stretched out on the mattress, easing the ugly muzzle through the hole in the brickwork. It wouldn't be long now. He glanced upward through the window above him at the Weather Bureau instruments atop a nearby building. The metal cups of the anemometer hung motionless against the sky. No wind stirred in the deep canyons of the city streets as the sun climbed in blazing splendor above the towering buildings. He moved a trifle, shifting the muzzle of the gun until it bore upon the sidewalks. The telescopic sight picked out faces from the waiting crowd with a crystal clarity. Everywhere there was the same sheep-like placidity. He shuddered, the sights jumping crazily from one face to another, wondering if he had misjudged his race, if he had really come too late, if he had underestimated the power of the Aztlans. Far down the avenue an excited hum came to his ears, and the watching crowd stirred. Faces lighted and Matson cited. He was not wrong. Emotion was only suppressed, not vanished. There was still time. The aliens were coming. Coming to cap the climax of their pioneer work, to drive the first nail in humanity's coffin. For the first time in history, man's dream of brotherhood of man was close to reality, and he was about to destroy it. The irony bit into Matson's soul, and for a moment he hesitated, feeling the wave of tolerance and good rising from the street below. Did he have the right to destroy man's dream? Did he dare tamper with the will of the world? Had he the right to play God? The parade came slowly down the happy street, a kaleidoscope of color and movement that approached and went past in successive waves and masses. This was a gala day, this eve of world union. The insignia of the UN was everywhere. The aliens had used the organization to further their plans, and it was now all-powerful. A solid bank of UN flags led the van of delegates, smiling and swathed in formal dress, sitting erect in their black official cars draped with the flags of native lands that would soon be furled forever if the aliens had their way. And behind them came the Aztlans. They rode together, standing on a pure white float, a bar of dazzling white in a sea of color. All equal, their inhumanly beautiful faces calm and remote. The Aztlans rode through the joyful crowd. There was something inspiring about the sight, and for a moment Matson felt a wave of revulsion sweep through him. He sighed and thumbed the safety to off, pulled the cocking lever, and slid the first cartridge into the breech. He settled himself, drawing a breath of air into his lungs, letting a little dribble out through slack lips, catching the remainder of the exhalation with closed glottis. The sights wavered and steadied upon the head of the center alien, framing the pale noble face with its aureola of golden hair. The luminous eyes were dull and introspective as the alien tried to withdraw from the emotions of the crowd. There was no awareness of danger in the alien's face. At 600 yards, he was beyond their Esper range, and he was further covered by the feelings of the crowd. The sights lowered to the broad chest and centered there as Matson's spatulate fingers took up the slack in the trigger and squeezed softly and steadily. A coruscating glow bathed the bodies of the three aliens as their tall forms jerked to the smashing impact of the bullets. Their metallic tunics melted and sloughed as inner fires ate away the fragile garments that covered them. Flexible synthetic skin cracked and curled in the infernal heat, revealing padding, wire-like tendons, rope-like cords of flexible tubing, and a metallic skeleton that melted and dripped in white-hot drops in the heat of the atomic flame. "Robots!" Matson gasped with sudden, blinding realization. "I should have known. No wonder they seemed inhuman. Their builders would never dare expose themselves to the furies and conflicts of our emotionally uncontrolled world." One of the aliens crouched on the float, his four-fingered hands pressed against a smoking hole in his metal tunic. The smoke thickened, and a yellow ichor poured out into bursting flame on contact with the air. The fifth alien, Ixel, was untouched, standing with his hands wide-stretched in a gesture that at once held command and appeal. Matson reloaded, but held his fire. The swarming crowd surrounding the alien was too thick for a clear shot, and Matson, with sudden revulsion, was unwilling to risk further murder in a cause already won. The tall silver figure of the alien winced and shuddered, his huge body shaking like a leaf in a storm. His builders had never designed him to withstand the barrage of focused emotion that was sweeping from the crowd. Terror, shock, sympathy, hate, loathing, grief, and disillusionment. The incredible gamut of human feelings wrenched and tore at the Aztlan, shorting delicate circuits, ripping the poised balance of his being as the violent discordant blasts lanced through him with destroying energy. Ixel's classic features twisted in a spasm of inconceivable agony. A thick curl of smoke drifted from his distorted, tragic mask of a mouth as he crumpled, a pitiful, deflated figure against the whiteness of the float. Their cries of fear and horror changed their note as the alien's true nature dawned upon the crowd. Pride of flesh recoiled as the swarming humans realized the facts. Revulsion at being led by machines swelled into raw, red rage. The mob madness spread as an ominous growl began rising from the streets. A panicky policeman triggered it, firing his Aslan-built shock tube into the forefront of the mob. A dozen men fell to be trampled by their neighbors as a swarm of men and women poured over the struggling officer and buried him from sight. Like wildfire, pent-up emotions blazed out in a flame of fury. The parade vanished, sucked into the maelstrom and torn apart. Fists flew, flesh tore. Men and women screamed in high, bitter agony as the mob clawed and trampled in a surging press of writhing forms that filled the street from one line of buildings to the other. Half mad with triumph, drunk with victory, shocked at the terrible form that death had taken in coming to Ixel, Matson raised his clenched hands to the sky and screamed in a raw, inhuman voice, a cry in which all of mankind's violence and pride were blended. The spasm passed as quickly as it came, and with its passing came exhaustion. The job was done. The aliens were destroyed. Tomorrow would bring reaction, and with it would come fear. Tomorrow or the next day, man would hammer out a true world union, spurred by the thought of a retribution that would never come. Yet all that didn't matter. The important thing, the only important thing, was preserved. Mankind would have to unite for survival, or so men would think, and he would never disillusion them. For this was man's world, and men were again free to work out their own destiny, for better or for worse, without interference and without help. The golden dream was over. Man might fall, but if he did, he would fail on his own terms. And if he succeeded... Matson looked up grimly at the shining sky. Slowly, he rose to his feet and descended to the raging street below. The End of Assassin by J.F. Bone. Recorded by Benjamin Olson.
Benefactor by George H. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Benefactor by George H. Smith. We can anticipate that robots will be fiercely resented at first in a society that will see them as the latest and an indestructible widespread threat to the workers whom they will replace. The men who will seek to alter the status quo will be called robot lovers and stoned. But what happens next? He clutched at the lever with more force than he'd intended. It was set for further in the future. "They crazy, they insane. That mob outside is made up of madmen," Jacob Clark told his young assistant, Bill Towney. "They'll be battering at the door any minute now, sir," Towney said nervously. "But why? Why are they doing it? My inventions have advanced the world 100 years. I've always been a benefactor of man, not a destroyer." "It's the robots. People are in a rage because they say the robots cause unemployment by replacing workers." "It's utter nonsense, you know," Clark said impatiently. "Why can't they see that my intelligent, self-controlled robots are the greatest boon the human race has ever received from one man?" "I don't know, sir. But they don't." Towney paused as the shouting and pounding outside became more intense. "They demanded that you take the robots out of the labor market and order your factories to stop making them. This is the result of your refusal." "Down with Clark! Down with the Tin Men! Death to the robot lovers!" The furious mob was battering at the door now. "Really, sir," Towney said, "you should leave here. They'll kill you if you don't." "Leave here? I should say not. I'll defy the fools. I'll tell them what I've done for them and make them understand." He glanced nervously at the door. "Besides, there's only one door. I couldn't get away now." "There's the time machine, sir." "But isn't there some other way? Perhaps if you went out and talked to them." "You know there's no other way. Those people believe you've brought disaster to the human race, and they mean to kill you. And if you don't hurry, they will," Towney said urgently. "The time machine is set for 20 years in the future. Please hurry, sir." The door was beginning to give. Clark looked around unhappily and then walked to the time machine. "All right, I'll go. In the future I know the results of my work will be appreciated. I'll be a hero and benefactor of mankind." Towney heard the door crash and roughly pushed his employer into the time machine as the mob burst through. "Push the starting button! Push the starting button! Quick!" he screamed as the first of the mob reached him. Clark's hand leaped to the control lever just as a brick crashed into his head. His hand completed its motion with more force than he had intended, as he sank unconscious to the floor, and the machine was set for 1,000 years in the future instead of 20. The year 3000 had been a brilliant one for the robots. In fact, the most brilliant since the last human being had died some 500 years before. They had reached Venus and Mars and were now planning a trip to Jupiter. And this very day, a huge statue of Jacob Clark, the creator and benefactor, was to be dedicated on the site of what once had been his laboratory. It seemed a shame that most of the records concerning him and his time had been lost in one of the great wars that had helped to extinguish the humans. The statue, though, was good, for surely he looked like a robot. One of the few human books still in existence said that the creator had created in his own image. It was right at the foot of his own statue that the guardians of the shrine found Jacob Clark. They picked up his unconscious bleeding body and laid it tenderly on a nearby bench. They bent over him with all the gentleness and solicitude that had been installed in his very first models and had been handed down from generation to generation of robots. They wanted to help him, but they were very puzzled. "Perhaps it came from a far part of the earth," one of them said. Or maybe a mistake was made at one of the birth factories, said another. See, it is losing oil at a great rate. Perhaps, mused the elder, it is a new model. At any rate, it is a robot and has been damaged. As our great creator taught us, he must be aided. We will take it to the central repair factory in the city. But, the first robot protested, it's awfully bulky to be carried so far. Being creatures of logic, they thought about it for a moment, and then the elder came to a decision that was both effective and reasonable. Since he is so bulky, we will disassemble him for transportation purposes, he said as he leaned over and gently twisted off Clark's right arm. Rather primitive and messy construction, I'd say, said the second robot, as he tenderly unscrewed Jacob Clark's head from his body. End of Benefactor by George H. Smith.
Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Franklin. Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood the Optus, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. "What's the matter?" he said. "You're getting paid for all this." The Optus said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put a boot on the hem of the robe. "Just a minute, don't go off, I'm not finished." "Oh?" The Optimus turned with dignity. "I'm going back to the village." He looked towards the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship. "I must organise new hunts." Franco lit a cigarette. "Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again. But when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth..." The Optus went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. "How's it coming?" he said. He looked at his watch. "We got a good bargain here." The mate glanced at him sourly. "How do you explain that?" "What's the matter with you? We need it more than they do." "I'll see you later, Captain." The mate threaded his way up the plank, between the long-legged Martian go-birds, into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank towards the port, when he saw it. My God! He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. "Sorry, Captain," he said, tugging at the string. Franco walked towards him. "What is it?" The wub stood sagging, its great body settling slowly. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed about its flank, and it switched its tail. It sat. There was silence. "It's a wub," Peterson said. "I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal, very respected." "This," Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. "It's a pig. A huge, dirty pig." "Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub." "A huge pig. It must weigh 400 pounds. Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped. Its eyes opened, small and moist. Then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed on the floor. "Maybe it's good to eat," Peterson said nervously. "We'll soon find out," Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of the ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs so that he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leapt up. "Good Lord," French said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones said. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up, unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over.
Is it going to be sick? They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It gazed around at the men. I think it's thirsty, Peterson said. He went to get some water. French shook his head. No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations. Peterson came back with water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared at the door. Let's have a look at it. He advanced, squinting critically. You got this for 50 cents? Yes, sir, Peterson said. It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain and it liked that, and then potatoes and mash, and scraps from the table, and milk. It seemed to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep. I see, Captain Franco said. Now as to its taste, that's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up any more. It seems fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want to find out... The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain. Really, Captain, the wub said, I suggest we talk of other matters. The room was silent. What was that? Franco said. Just now. The wub, sir, Peterson said. It spoke. They all looked at the wub. What did it say? What did it say? It suggested we talk about other things. Franco walked towards the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back over and stood with the men. I wonder if there's a native inside it, he said thoughtfully. Maybe we should open it up and have a look. Oh, goodness, the wub cried. Is that all you people can think of, killing and cutting? Franco clenched his fists. Come out of there, whoever you are, come out. Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched slowly. Beg your pardon, the wub said. I don't think there's anyone in there, Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in. You wanted me, Captain, he said. What's this thing? This is a wub, Franco said. It's to be eaten. Will you measure it and figure out... I think we should have a talk, the wub said. I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I can see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues. The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls. Come into my office, the captain said at last. He turned and walked out of the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go. They heard it climbing the stairs. I wonder what the outcome will be, the cook said. Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you're here. Sure, Jones said. Sure. The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh. You must forgive me, it said. I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I... The captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his arms. All right, he said. Let's get started. You're a wub. Is that correct? The wub shrugged. I suppose so. That's what they call us, the natives, I mean. We have our own term. And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before? No. Then how do you do it? Speak English? Am I speaking English? I'm not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind. My mind? I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it. I see, the captain said. Telepathy, of course. We're a very old race, the wub said. Very old and very ponderous. It's difficult for us to move around. You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defences. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game. How do you live? Plants, vegetables, we can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic. Tolerant, eclectic, Catholic. We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along. The wub eyed the captain. And that's why I so violently objected to this business about having me boiled. I could see the image in your mind. Most of me in the frozen food locker. Some of me in the kettle. A bit for your pet cat. So you read minds, the captain said. How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines? A few odds and ends, the wub said absently, staring around the room. A nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat. I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nests and sweep them.
Indeed, the captain nodded. But to get back to the problem...
Oh, quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I'm told, is quite good, a little fatty but tender. But how could any lasting contact be established between your people and mine if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me? Rather, you should discuss questions with me. Philosophy, the arts.
The captain stood up. Philosophy. It might interest you to know that we will be hard put to find something to eat for the next month. An unfortunate spoilage.
I know, the wub nodded, but wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from such infringements. Now, if each of us casts one vote...
The captain walked to the door. Nuts to you, he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently it padded out of the room, edging past the captain. It went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet.
So you see, the wub said, we have a common myth. Your mind contains much familiar myths, symbols. Ishtar, Odysseus.
Peterson sat silently, staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair.
Go on, he said. Please go on. I find in your Odysseus a figure common to the mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation.
But Odysseus returns to his home. Peterson looked out of the port window at the stars, endless stars, burning intently in the empty universe.
Finally he goes home. Or as most all creators, the moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race.
The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room. The men behind him. They hesitated at the door.
Are you all right?
French said.
Do you mean me? Patterson said, surprised. Why me?
Franco lowered his gun. Come over here, he said to Peterson. Get up and come here. There was silence.
Go ahead, the wub said. It doesn't matter.
Peterson stood up.
What for?
It's an order. Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm.
What's going on? Peterson wrenched loose. What's the matter with you?
Captain Franco moved towards the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay in the corner, pressed against the wall.
It's interesting, the wub said, that you're obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why.
Get up, Franco said.
If you wish. The wub rose, grunting. Be patient. It is difficult for me.
It stood, gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly.
Shoot it now, French said.
For God's sake, Peterson exclaimed. Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes grey with fear. You didn't see him, like a statue, standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there.
Who? The captain? Peterson stared around. But he's all right now.
They looked at the wub, standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. Come on, Franco said. Out the way. The men pulled aside towards the door.
You're quite afraid, aren't you? The wub said. Have I done anything to you? I'm against the idea of hurting. All I've done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I'm a sensible being like yourself. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native...
The gun jerked. See, Franco said. I thought so. The wub settled down, panting. It put its paw out, pulling its tail around it.
It's very warm, the wub said. I understand that we're close to the jets, atomic power. You've done many wonderful things with it. Technically, apparently, your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical...
Franco turned to the men crowding behind him, wide-eyed and silent. I'll do it. You can watch. French nodded.
Try to hit the brain. It's no good for eating. Don't hit the chest. If the ribcage shatters, we'll have to pick bones out. Listen, Peterson said, licking his lips. Has it done anything? What harm has it done? I'm asking you, and anyhow it's still mine. You've no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you. Franco raised his gun. I'm going out, Jones said, his face white and sick. I don't want to see it. Me too, French said. The men straggled out, murmuring. Peterson lingered at the door. It was talking to me about myths, he said. It wouldn't hurt anyone. He went outside. Franco walked towards the wub. The wub looked up slowly. It swallowed. A very foolish thing, it said. I'm sorry that you didn't want to do it. There was a parable that your saviour related. It stopped, staring at the gun. Can you look me in the eye and do it? The wub said. Can you do that? The captain gazed down. I can look you in the eye, he said. Back on the farm we had hogs. Dirty razorback hogs. I can do it. Staring down at the wub, into the gleaming moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. More, he said, looking round. More, and some wine, perhaps? Not me, French said. I think I'll go back to the chart room. Me too, Jones stood up, pushing his chair back. I'll see you later. The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. What do you suppose the matter is? The captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, and at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. It's only organic matter now, he said. The life essence is gone. He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. I myself love to eat. It's one of the greatest things a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things. Peterson nodded. The two men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. Well, he said, I must say that this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I've heard were quite true. The taste of wub, very fine, but I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past. He dabbed at his lips with his napkin and leant back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leant over. Come, come, he said, cheer up. Let's discuss things. He smiled. As I was saying before, I was interrupted. The role of Odysseus in the myths. Peterson jerked up, staring. To go on, the captain said. Odysseus, as I understand him. End of Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick.
Decision by Frank M. Robinson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The captain had learned to hate. It was his profession and his personal reason for going on. But even hatred has to be channeled for its maximum use, and no truths exist forever. The battle alarm caught him in the middle of a dream that took place in a White House in a small town in Ohio, when both he and Alice had been very young, and the grown adults he now called his children had been really little more than babies. He rolled out of his bed immediately on hearing the gong, as any good sailor would, and slipped into his pants and shoes and felt around the bulkhead for his life jacket. He slipped into it and tightened the buckles, then put on his cap with the captain's insignia. He opened the hatch and stepped out into the passageway, blinking for a moment in the unaccustomed light and trying to shake away the remnants of his dream. Officers were boiling up the passageway and up the ladder, some eager ensigns dressed only in their shorts and their life jackets. It was more wise than funny, he thought slowly. Ships had gone down in a matter of seconds, and anybody who spent precious moments looking for his pants or his wallet never got out. Harry Davis, the exec, a portly man in his 50s, burst out of his stateroom, still trying to shake the sleep from gummy lids. The captain shook his head, trying to alert his mind to the point where it could make sensible evaluations, and started up the corridor. Any idea what it is, Harry? Davis shook his head. Not unless it's what we've been expecting. What we've been expecting? The captain grasped the iron piping that served for railings and jogged up the ladder. 50 miles north, lolling in the North Sea and holding maneuvers, was the Iosif Juvashvili, 100,000 tons of the finest aircraft carrier the Asiatic Combine had produced, carrying close to 100 MiG-72s and perhaps half a dozen light bombers. The Iosif had been operating there for nearly a week. The Oahu had been detached from the Atlantic Fleet only a few days ago to combat the possible threat. Maybe the ships were only acting as stakeouts for the politicians, the captain thought slowly. The tinder waiting for the spark. And it wouldn't take much. A curious pilot who might venture too close. A gunner with a nervous temperament. And now, maybe this was it. It had to come someday. You couldn't turn the other cheek forever. And he, for one, was glad. He had spent almost all his life waiting for this. A chance to get even. Davis opened the hatch to the wheelhouse, and the captain slipped in, closing it tight behind him. It was pitch black, and it took his eyes a few moments to adjust to it. When they had, he could make out the shadowed forms of the OD, the first-class quartermaster at the wheel, and the radar man hunched over the repeater, the scope a phosphorescent blur in the darkness. The ports were open in violation of GQ. It was a hot summer night, and the slight breeze that blew off the swelling sea smelled clean and cool. It was the only kind of air for a man to breathe, the captain mused abstractedly. He glanced sharply through the ports. There was nothing that bulked on the dark horizon, so far as he could tell. All the stars were fixed. There were none of the telltale flashes of jet exhausts. He walked over to where the OD stood by the radar scope, seemingly fascinated by the picture on it. McCandless had the watch, a young lieutenant of not more than 25, but one with good sense and sound judgment nonetheless. A man who wasn't prone to panic, the captain thought. "What's the situation, Lieutenant?" McCandless's voice was nervous. "I'm not exactly sure, sir. Not yet." A brief regret at an interrupted dream of Ohio flickered in the back of the captain's mind. "What do you mean you're not sure?" His voice was a little sharper than he intended, a little more querulous than he had meant it to be. It was, he thought, the voice of an old man, annoyed at having his sleep disturbed. The younger man wasn't disturbed by the sharpness, and the captain's estimation of McCandless went up another notch. 10 minutes ago, CIC reported an object approaching us from the south at an altitude of 50 miles. Approaching from the south, the captain thought. So it couldn't have been from the Iosif. And 50 miles up? That was 250,000 feet. A guided missile, perhaps? But whose? There were only friendly countries to the south. "It's passed directly overhead," McCandless continued, consciously trying to make his voice sound factual, and continued in the direction of Iosif. It settled towards sea level, then stopped a mile up. "Stopped, Lieutenant?" "Yes, sir. It's hovering over the Iosif now." McCandless paused. When he started again, his voice was shaking. It was funny he hadn't noticed it before, the captain thought. You could almost smell the fear in the wheelhouse. CIC estimated its speed overhead as being in excess of 1,000 miles an hour and its size about that of the Iosif itself. The captain felt the sweat gather on his temples and ran his hand half angrily over his forehead and through his thinning silver hair. He was too old a man to let fear affect him any more, and he was too tired a man to waste his energy mopping his forehead every few minutes in a gesture that would show his feelings to the crew. Maybe it was only vanity, he thought, but when your muscles went soft and started pushing back against your belt, and your hair turned gray and started a strategic retreat, you tended to take more care of your reputation. It wasn't as fragile as the rest of you. It didn't tarnish with the gold of your braid or sag with your muscles, and he had enjoyed a reputation as a fearless man of sound judgment. Did you order up a drone plane? McCandless nodded in the dark. It went up a few minutes ago, sir. The television picture should be coming in any moment. It would be an infrared picture, the captain thought. It wouldn't show too much, provided the plane could get close enough to get anything at all, but it would show something. Have you made any evaluations, Lieutenant? He could feel the tenseness build up again in the compartment. Everybody was listening intently, waiting for the first semi-official hint of what had gotten them up in the middle of the night. Then McCandless voiced what the captain had already taken to be a foregone conclusion. I think it's a spaceship, sir. McCandless waved at the stars beyond the port. From someplace out there. The picture started coming in at 0300. The captain and Davis and McCandless clustered about the infrared screen, watching the shadowy picture build up. It wasn't much of a picture, the captain thought. It was vague and indistinct, and the drone plane was shooting the scene from too far away. But he could make out the Juvashvili, a gloomy shape that bulked huge in the water, the planes clustered on its deck like small black flies. But that wasn't what interested him. He had seen restricted photographs and complete descriptions and evaluations of Iosif's fighting capabilities before. What was of vastly more importance was the huge structure that hovered above the Iosif, a mile overhead. A structure that blocked out the stars over a roughly rectangular area the same size as the Iosif itself. McCandless and Davis were still straining their eyes for details of the alien ship by the time the captain had glanced away and was formulating policy. The picture was too vague, he thought. There was nothing that could be seen that would tell you much about the ship. And if they were correct in thinking it was, his mind hesitated at the thought, spaceship, then it would be impossible to tell whether certain features were armament or not. And it would be futile to speculate on the capabilities of that armament. McCandless and Davis finished with their inspection of the screen and turned to the captain, waiting for orders. Recall the plane, the captain said. Send it out again at dawn, and send a message to Radio Washington giving them complete details. You may relax GQ, but keep the gunners at their posts and the pilots standing by. The fantastic became far more real when you dealt with it matter-of-factly, he thought. He started for the hatch. I'll expect you down for breakfast, he said to Davis. You too, Lieutenant. You've been in on this from the start. You know more than the rest of us. Which was quite enough flattery for a young lieutenant in one day, he thought. It was far more than he had ever received when he had been a lieutenant. Back in his stateroom, the captain went directly to the small lavatory, filled the washbowl, and plunged his face into the cold water. He was getting old, he thought, for the 100th time that morning. Creeping old age where you still awoke readily enough, but found it more and more difficult to keep awake. You couldn't rid yourself of the temptation of going back to bed and dreaming again, dreaming perhaps of an Ohio town that his own imagination had gilded and varnished and adorned, until sometimes he thought it existed only in his imagination and not in reality at all. He scrubbed at his face until a tingle of alertness came to it, then went back to the main compartment. The steward had laid out the silver, and Davis and McCandless were already there. Davis completely relaxed in the atmosphere that could only exist between an executive officer and a captain. The exec, as both he and the captain well knew, was the only man on board with whom the captain could maintain a relationship that was something other than professional. Not necessarily friendly, but more relaxed. McCandless sat in the leather-upholstered chair by the table, stiff and self-conscious. The hope of the nation, the captain thought, provided that they learned how to hate and keep that hate alive as long as he had kept his. His own boy had been about McCandless's age, he thought suddenly. Well, what are you going to do? Davis asked. The captain sat down at the table. The coffee was hot, and he could smell the eggs that the steward was frying in the small galley. He tucked in a napkin at his neck. It was old-fashioned but practical, he thought. You dribbled down the front. You didn't spill things in your lap. It isn't exactly up to me, Harry. It's up to Washington. He poured out 3 cups of coffee and handed one to Davis and one to McCandless. The lieutenant clutched the cup in a death-like grip, as if the ship were doing 40-degree rolls and he might lose it any minute. I asked you up to breakfast to get your ideas on it. I have my own, but on something like this, anybody's ideas are as good as mine, maybe better. Davis frowned and rubbed the tip of his nose thoughtfully. Well, it looks to me, Bill, as if we have a situation here where an unknown ship from somewhere, I'm not saying where, has investigated 2 ships on maneuvers and finally chosen to hover over one, for what reasons we don't know. To me, it looks like the only things we can do is notify Washington and to stand by for orders. Great God, the captain thought, disgusted. There was nothing worse than a commander bucking for 4 stripes. A more cautious man didn't exist on the face of the earth, nor, possibly, a more fearful one. Fear that whatever decision you made would be the wrong one, and the promotion board would pass you by. So you carefully avoided making any decisions at all. He had been the same way himself. You salved your lack of guts with the knowledge that once you made captain, things would be different and you could assert yourself, be the man that you had always considered yourself to be. Only once you became a captain, things didn't change a bit, because then you were trying to get the promotion board to recommend you for admiral. The only men in the Navy who had any guts were the young men who didn't know any better, and the old bastards who had made admiral and no longer had any ambition as far as rank went. He turned to McCandless. You, Lieutenant? McCandless licked dry lips. I think it's from out in space, sir. Maybe it's an exploration party, but more than likely it's an armed scouting party. What makes you say that? McCandless leaned forward, his concern over his cup of coffee momentarily forgotten. I think if it was an exploration party, they would have stopped at some point of civilization first. In all likelihood, a city, a big city. But we've received no reports of any ship landing near a city, at least not yet. He paused a little self-consciously. It wouldn't be difficult to tell that we're part of the fighting forces of the planet, and I think it's just luck that it chose the EOSF instead of us. I think the alien ship is investigating the EOSF, or will shortly. Davis lit a cigarette, a half-amused smile on his face. For what purpose? To test the armament, see how good we are on the defensive. What do you think they want? The captain asked curiously. McCandless hesitated, then blurted it out. The whole world, sir. At 0500, the sun was just breaking over the horizon, coating the heavy green seas with a soft covering of pink gold. It was going to be another hot day, the captain thought, one where the heat stood off the water in little waves, and the sweat ran down your back and soaked your khakis. And with GQ, the rubber life jackets would make it about 10 times as bad. He stood on the bridge for a moment, admiring the sunrise and smelling the brisk salt air, then walked into the wheelhouse. The drone plane had been up for half an hour. By this time, it should have a clearer picture of the object that hovered over the EOSF. It did. The object was dun-colored, the color of storm clouds on a cold winter's day. Big, easily as big as the EOSF, and tubular-shaped, slightly flattened on the bottom. There was nothing that could be identified as gun ports, but they probably didn't use guns. He wondered just what their armament was. He turned to the radar man on watch. Has the EOSF moved any? The man nodded. Yes, sir. About 0400, they steamed 10 miles north at top speed. The object kept up with them? Yes, sir. It never left them, sir. Same position directly overhead at all times. The captain of the EOSF must have realized that he couldn't get away from his overhead observer and probably froze in position, afraid of what would happen if he continued to run for it. He'd probably stay there until the alien ship made some hostile move, or he got instructions from home. The captain walked back to the bridge. The ship was strangely silent. There were no jets warming up on the flight deck. There were no sounds of chipping hammers. Except for the planes overhead, it was a quiet summer day, one of those days when a perfectly smooth sea looks like a sheet of plate glass. He glanced down at the sides of the Oahu. Tiny figures were huddled by the anti-aircraft guns, their helmets glinting in the sun. A tight ship, he thought. A ship that was ready for anything. McCandless came out on the bridge, his eyes red-rimmed from lack of sleep. He stood a respectful distance from the captain, a little to the right and just behind. "Beautiful day, isn't it, Lieutenant?" "Yes, sir, it is, sir. Very fine day." "Sir." That was one reason why he tolerated Davis, the captain thought, just to hear somebody call him by his first name and treat him as something other than a symbol of rank. "If your theory is correct, Lieutenant," he mused aloud, "then the alien ship should be opening fire, if that's what you would call it, any minute now." "Yes, sir." McCandless brushed his mouth with his hand, probably surreptitiously removing a wad of gum, the captain thought. "I was wondering what you would do, sir, if the alien ship opened fire on the Eosif. If it wasn't against regulations, I'd issue a couple of cans of beer per man." McCandless gaped. I don't understand you, sir." "If they finish off the Eosif, Lieutenant, it'll save us the trouble. For my money, I'd be tickled pink if the Combine sent reinforcements and it really developed into a fracas." McCandless turned slightly so the captain could no longer read his face. The captain wondered if it was intentional. I guess I just took it for granted that we would join forces against the aliens, sir. It seemed like the natural thing to do." So McCandless had thought they'd go to the rescue of the Eosif. The captain thought slowly. To the rescue. The phrase had a funny sound to it when you coupled it with the Combine, an almost obscene sound. "Lieutenant," the captain said slowly, "history has been full of possible turning points that the United States has almost always failed to take advantage of. I think this time, just for once, we ought to play it smart. The Combine has been a threat for as long as I can remember. We've had opportunities before when we could have let two systems cancel each other out. We didn't take advantage of it then, and we've regretted it ever since." McCandless didn't reply immediately, and the captain thought to himself, why not be more honest? Why don't you tell him that all your life you've fought the Combine and the conflict has been the only thing that has lent meaning to living? You hate for 30 years, and you become a slave to that hatred. You don't forget it with a snap of the fingers and go charging to the rescue like a knight in shining armor. "The aliens are aliens, sir," McCandless suddenly said. "The men on the Eosif are human beings." "Are they, mister?" The captain hated the lecturing attitude, but he couldn't help it. "They're the representatives of the Combine, aren't they? And I suppose the Combine acted like human beings during the Berlin War. I suppose the slave labor camps, and the purges, and the forced confessions were the products of ordinary human beings? No, Lieutenant, if the aliens have 6 arms and 2 heads, they couldn't be less inhuman than the Combine has been." "My father was in the Pacific in the Second World War," the lieutenant said tightly. "There were times when we didn't take prisoners, and I remember my dad saying that some of the men went home with ear necklaces." "Hearsay," the captain said gruffly, "and that was in a declared war." And then he wondered just how valid the distinction was. There were, he supposed, sadists on both sides. And then it came down to who committed the first cruelty, and just how should you rank them? Was intentional torture for the few any the worse than the dispassionate act of dropping a bomb that produced quite the same, if not worse, results for many? "Just what would you do, Mr. McCandless?" The lieutenant's face was flushed. "I'm not sure, sir, but I think I would look at it from a strategic viewpoint. There are 2 ships here, both instruments of war. If the aliens attack the one, and the other doesn't go to the rescue, then it would be obvious that we are a divided world. We would be attempting prize. And if we went to the aid of the Eosif, then you think we might beat the alien ship off?" McCandless shrugged. "I don't know, sir. We might." The captain turned back to look at the now swelling sea. The air off the water was cool and brisk, and the deck of his ship moved comfortably under his feet, a solid thing in a liquid world. "It doesn't make a great deal of difference what we think, Lieutenant," the captain said, a little of his good humor restored. "In the long run, we'll do whatever Washington says." There was a sudden, flashing glow just over the horizon. McCandless blanched, and the captain clutched the rail, his knuckles turning white with the force of his grip. There was another flash, and the OD popped out of the hatch of the wheelhouse like a cork out of a bottle. "Captain, The captain was already brushing past him, heading into the pilot house for the television screen and the picture that the drone plane was transmitting. The picture on the screen wavered and blurred with the shock of the action. From what he could see, the captain knew that whatever action he took, if any, he would have to take it within a relative few minutes. The forward half of the superstructure of the Eosif was a smoking ruin, the metal a cherry red. Half the planes on the flight deck were charred and being frantically pushed overboard by small tractors, so the remainder of the planes could be airborne. A mile overhead, in the glazing blue sky, the few planes the Eosif had managed to launch buzzed futilely around the alien ship, discharging rockets that scintillated and flamed off the dull gray sides and, so far as the captain could tell, were causing no damage at all. "Message for you, sir." He felt the clipboard being pushed into his hand, then glanced down. It was difficult to read without his glasses, but he could make it out. "Unusual. Do nothing rash. Your discretion." Some cautious pen pusher behind a desk, he thought chaotically. Somebody for whom Miles had lent safety and detachment. His discretion. It was his responsibility. Commander Davis was at his elbow. "The Eosif is starting to lift, Captain." "I can see that," he half snarled. He wouldn't feel pity if the Eosif went down, he thought fiercely. It would be good riddance, one less carrier that they'd have to worry about at some future date. If there was some future date, a nagging thought intruded. He throttled it. The Eosif stood for everything that he despised, a way of life that had made a mockery of everything he had been taught to believe in. The menace that had eaten at the world's vitals like a cancer. The menace whose existence had been enough to drive some men to hysteria and others to the brink of suicide. His own wife. Now a ship from outside was attacking that power, and what emotions should he feel? Elation? Well, why not? What other emotions should he feel? Certainly not sadness, not regret, not pity. The Eosif would be sunk, and maybe the aliens would be tempted to do more than just attack the Eosif. They might attack the entire Combine as well. And if the Combine was beat, did it matter who did it? Except, the thought crept back, there was no reason for him to believe that the aliens would differentiate between the Eosif and the Oahu, between the Combine and the United States. "The planes," McCandless said, incredulous. "Look at the planes." The captain glanced down at the screen again. An orangish glow was suffusing the alien ship. A jet slipped in for a rocket shot. The glow pulsed, expanded, touched the jet, and the plane vanished into a rain of wreckage that sped towards the ocean below. "God," Davis breathed. "Did you see that?" The captain only half heard him. So they were aliens. What did that mean? Beings of different background, different beliefs, different physical structure? He had been one of the first into Berlin after the massacre was over and the Combine had laid the blame on their Berlin commandant, though it was painfully obvious that he had only followed out instructions. And the shambles he had seen there couldn't have been done by human beings. 4,000 soldiers and close to 100,000 civilians killed. Would you call the people who had been responsible for that human beings, or aliens? Which name fit best? The Berlin War. A dozen different outbreaks, starting with Korea so long ago. And then you were supposed to admit that they were blood brothers after all, and that in the face of a mutual threat you should forget your differences and pool your resources against the common enemy. There goes another one. So in 15 minutes the Eosif would go down, and from him it would bring only cheers, not tears. But you didn't make decisions on a personal basis, he thought slowly. You had to look at it from the viewpoint of 1,000 years. You had to develop a certain detachment, even though one man's lifetime was far too short a period to develop it in. Message for you, Captain. It was a voice message that had been picked up in CIC. It was brief and to the point. Attention, Captain, United States vessel Oahu. Help urgently requested. If aid not granted immediately, all is lost. Konstantin Simonovich, Captain, People's Warship, Iosif Chivashvili. He had a brief mental picture of a young man lying in the shambles of Berlin calling out the same words. And what had he received? He buried the thought. The detached viewpoint. Political systems evolved, he thought. They never remained the same. The French Revolution had spawned 1,000 human monsters, and the blood had run in the streets. But out of it all had come a democratic nation. And 1,000 years from now, what would the Combine be? A turn of the wheel, and perhaps it would be a peace-loving democracy, while the United States would be the abattoir of human hopes. Who could tell? 1,000 years from now, the present bloodbaths and tortures and mass deaths would be history. But if the aliens won, you ran the chance of there being no history at all. The wheelhouse was silent. The captain could feel a dozen pairs of eyes watching him, waiting for his decision. Outside the ports, on the far horizon, there came a steady, golden pulsing. He looked up at McCandless and Davis. McCandless was young, too inexperienced to realize that situations where today's enemies are tomorrow's friends are the order of the day and not the exception. You adjusted to it, or you became bitter. Davis, the gutless bastard, had adjusted to it. He was probably all ready to make the switch, to go back to drinking toasts and vodka. The detached viewpoint. Send up the jets, the captain said slowly, and send a message to the captain of the Iosif, telling him we will render all the assistance that we can. The wheelhouse broke into a flurry of activity, and a moment later he could hear the sounds of the jets taking off the flight deck. He walked out onto the bridge deck and leaned on the railing, staring at the horizon where the alien ship and the Iosif were fighting it out, and where planes from the Oahu would shortly be helping the Iosif. But I still hate them, he thought. I hate their goddamn souls. End of Decision by Frank M. Robinson.
The Diamond Maker by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Breeder. Bubba. The Diamond Maker. Some business had detained me in Chancery Lane 9 in the evening, and thereafter having some inkling of a headache, I was disinclined either for entertainment or further work. So much of the sky as the high cliffs of that narrow canon of traffic left visible spoke of a serene night, and I determined to make my way down to the embankment and rest my eyes and cool my head by watching the variegated lights upon the river. Beyond comparison, the night is the best time for this place. A merciful darkness hides the dirt of the waters, and the lights of this transitional age, red, glaring orange, gas yellow, and electric white, are set in shadowy outlines of every possible shade between grey and deep purple. Through the arches of Waterloo Bridge 100 points of light mark the sweep of the embankment, and above its parapet rise the towers of Westminster, warm grey against the starlight. The black river goes by with only a rare ripple breaking its silence, and disturbing the reflections of the lights that swim upon its surface. "A warm night," said a voice at my side. I turned my head and saw the profile of a man who was leaning over the parapet beside me. It was a refined face, not unhandsome, though pinched and pale enough, and the coat collar turned up and pinned round the throat marked his status in life as sharply as a uniform. I felt I was committed to the price of a bed and breakfast if I answered him. I looked at him curiously. Would he have anything to tell me with the money, or was he the common incapable even of telling his own story? There was a quality of intelligence in his forehead and eyes, and a certain tremulousness in his nether lip that decided me. "Very warm," said I, "but not too warm for us here." "No," he said, still looking across the water. "It is pleasant enough here, just now." "It is good," he continued after a pause, "to find anything so restful as this in London, after one has been fretting about business all day, about getting on, meeting obligations, and parrying dangers. I do not know what one would do if it were not for such pacific corners." He spoke with long pauses between the sentences. "You must know a little of the irksome labour of the world, or you would not be here. But I doubt if you can be so brain-weary and foot-sore as I am. Bah! Sometimes I doubt if the game is worth the candle. I feel inclined to throw the whole thing over. Name, wealth, and position, and take to some modest trade. But I know if I abandoned my ambition, hardly as she uses me, I should have nothing but remorse left for the rest of my days." He became silent. I looked at him in astonishment. If ever I saw a man hopelessly hard up, it was the man in front of me. He was ragged and he was dirty, unshaven and unkempt. He looked as though he had been left in a dustbin for a week. And he was talking to me of the irksome worries of a large business. I almost laughed outright. Either he was mad or playing a sorry jest on his own poverty. "If high aims and high positions," said I, "have their drawbacks of hard work and anxiety, they have their compensations. Influence, the power of doing good, of assisting those weaker and poorer than ourselves. And there is even a certain gratification in display." My banter under the circumstances was in very vile taste. I spoke on the spur of the contrast of his appearance and speech. I was sorry even while I was speaking. He turned a haggard but very composed face upon me. Said he, "I forgot myself. Of course you would not understand." He measured me for a moment. "No doubt it is very absurd. You will not believe me even when I tell you, so that it is fairly safe to tell you. And it will be a comfort to tell someone. I really have a big business in hand, a very big business. that there are troubles just now? The fact is, I make diamonds. I suppose, said I, you are out of work just at present? I am sick of being disbelieved, he said impatiently, and suddenly, unbuttoning his wretched coat, he pulled out a little canvas bag that was hanging by a cord round his neck. From this he produced a brown pebble. I wonder if you know enough to know what that is. He handed it to me. Now, a year or so ago I had occupied my leisure in taking a London science degree, so that I have a smattering of physics and mineralogy. The thing was not unlike an uncut diamond of the darker sort, though far too large, being almost as big as the top of my thumb. I took it, and saw it had the form of a regular octahedron, with the curved faces peculiar to the most precious of minerals. I took out my penknife and tried to scratch it, vainly. Leaning forward towards the gas lamp, I tried the thing on my watch-glass, and scored a white line across that with the greatest ease. I looked at my interlocutor with rising curiosity. It certainly is rather like a diamond, but if so, it is a behemoth of diamonds. Where did you get it? I tell you I made it, he said. Give it back to me. He replaced it hastily and buttoned his jacket. I will sell it you for 100 pounds, he suddenly whispered eagerly. With that my suspicions returned. The thing might, after all, be merely a lump of that almost equally hard substance, corundum, with an accidental resemblance in shape to the diamond. Or, if it was a diamond, how came he by it? And why should he offer it at 100 pounds? We looked into one another's eyes. He seemed eager, but honestly eager. At that moment I believed it was a diamond he was trying to sell. Yet I am a poor man. 100 pounds would leave a visible gap in my fortunes. And no sane man would buy a diamond by gaslight from a ragged tramp on his personal warranty only. Still, a diamond that size conjured up a vision of many thousands of pounds. Then, thought I, such a stone could scarcely exist without being mentioned in every book on gems. And again I call to mind the stories of contraband and light-fingered Kaffirs of the Cape. I put the question of purchase on one side. How did you get it? Said I. I made it. I had heard something of Moisson, but I knew his artificial diamonds were very small. I shook my head. You seem to know something of this kind of thing. I will tell you a little about myself. Perhaps then you will think better of the purchase. He turned round with his back to the river and put his hands in his pockets. He sighed. I know you will not believe me. Diamonds, he began, and as he spoke his voice lost its faint flavour of the tramp and assumed something of the easy tone of an educated man, are to be made by throwing carbon out of combination in a suitable flux and under a suitable pressure. The carbon crystallizes out, not as black lead or charcoal powder, but as small diamonds. So much has been known to chemists for years. but no one yet had hit upon exactly the right flux in which to melt up the carbon, or exactly the right pressure for the best results. Consequently, the diamonds made by chemists are small and dark and worthless as jewels. Now I, you know, have given up my life to this problem. Given my life to it. I began to work at the conditions of diamond making when I was 17, and now I am 32. It seemed to me that it might take all the thought and energies of a man for 10 years or 20 years. But even if it did, the game was still worth the candle. Suppose one to have at last just hit the right trick before the secret got out and diamonds became as common as coal. One might realize millions. He paused and looked for my sympathy. His eyes shone hungrily. "To think," said he, "that I am on the verge of it all, and here." "I had," he proceeded, "about £1,000 when I was 21, and this, I thought, eked out by a little teaching, would keep my researches going. A year or two was spent in study at Berlin chiefly, and then I continued on my own account. The trouble was the secrecy. You see, if once I had let out what I was doing, other men might have been spurred on by my belief in the practicability of the idea, and I do not pretend to be such a genius as to have been sure of coming in first, in the case of a race for the discovery. And you see, it was important that if I really meant to make a pile, people should not know it was an artificial process incapable of turning out diamonds by the ton. So I had to work all alone. At first I had a little laboratory, but as my resources began to run out, I had to conduct my experiments in a wretched, unfurnished room in Kentish Town, where I slept at last on a straw mattress on the floor among all my apparatus. The money simply flowed away. I grudged myself everything, except scientific appliances. I tried to keep things going by a little teaching, but I am not a very good teacher, and I have no university degree, nor very much education except in chemistry, and I found I had to give a lot of time and labor for precious little money. But I got nearer and nearer the thing. 3 years ago I settled the problem of the composition of the flux, and got near the pressure by putting this flux of mine and a certain carbon composition into a closed-up gun barrel, filling up with water, sealing tightly, and heating. He paused. "Rather risky," said I. "Yes. It burst and smashed all of my windows and a lot of my apparatus, but I got a kind of diamond powder nonetheless. Following out the problem of getting a big pressure upon the molten mixture from which the things were to crystallize, I hit upon some researches of Daubré at the Paris Laboratoire de Poudre et Salpêtre. He exploded dynamite in a tightly screwed steel cylinder, too strong to burst, and I found he could crush rocks into a muck, not unlike the South African bed in which diamonds are found. It was a tremendous strain on my resources, but I got a steel cylinder made for my purpose after his pattern. I put in all my stuff and my explosives, built up a fire in my furnace, put the whole concern in, and went out for a walk." I could not help laughing at his matter-of-fact manner. "Did you not think it would blow up the house? Where were the other people in the place?" "It was in the interest of science," he said, "ultimately. There was a costermonger family on the floor below, a beggar letter writer in the room behind mine, and 2 flower women were upstairs. Perhaps it was a bit thoughtless, but possibly some of them were out. When I came back, the thing was just where I left it, among the white-hot coals. The explosive hadn't burst the case, and then I had a problem to face. You know how time is an important element in crystallization. If you hurry the process, the crystals are small. It is only by prolonged standing that they grow to any size. I resolved to let this apparatus cool for 2 years, letting the temperature go down slowly during the time. And I was now quite out of money, and with a big fire and the rent of my room, as well as my hunger to satisfy. I had scarcely a penny in the world. I can hardly tell you all the shifts I was put to while I was making diamonds. I have sold newspapers, held horses, opened cab doors. For many weeks I addressed envelopes. I had a place as assistant to a man who owned a barrow, and used to call down one side of the road while he called down the other. Once for a week I had absolutely nothing to do, and I begged. What a week that was. One day the fire was going out, and I had eaten nothing all day, and a little chap, taking his girl out, gave me 6pence to show off. Thank heaven for vanity. How the fish shops smelt. But I went and spent it all on coals, and had the furnace bright red again. And then, well, hunger makes a fool of a man. At last, 3 weeks ago, I let the fire out. I took my cylinder and unscrewed it while it was still so hot that it punished my hands, and I scraped out the crumbling lava-like mass with a chisel, and hammered it into a powder upon an iron plate. And I found 3 big diamonds, and 5 small ones. As I sat on the floor hammering, my door opened, and my neighbour, the begging letter writer, came in. He was drunk, as he usually is. "Nerkist," said he. "You're drunk," said I. "Structured scoundrel," said he. "Go to your father," said I, meaning the father of lies. "Never you mind," said he, and gave me a cunning wink and hiccuped, and leaning up against the door, with his other eye against the doorpost, began to babble of how he had been prying in my room, and how he had gone to the police that morning, and how they had taken down everything he had to say. "Zephyr was a gentleman," said he. Then I suddenly realized I was in a hole. Either I should have to tell these police my little secret and get the whole thing blown upon, or be lagged as an anarchist. So I went up to my neighbour and took him by the collar and rolled him about a bit, and then I gathered up my diamonds and cleared out. The evening newspapers called my den the Kentish Town Bomb Factory, and now I cannot part with the things for love or money. If I go into a respectable jeweller's, they ask me to wait, and go and whisper to a clerk to fetch a policeman, and then I say I cannot wait. And I found a receiver of stolen goods, and he simply stuck to the one I gave him and told me to prosecute if I wanted it back. I am going about now with several £100,000 worth of diamonds round my neck, and without either food or shelter. You are the first person I have taken into my confidence. But I like your face, and I am hard driven. He looked into my eyes. It would be madness, said I, for me to buy a diamond under the circumstances. Besides, I do not carry hundreds of pounds about in my pocket. Yet I more than half believe your story. I will, if you like, do this. Come to my office tomorrow. You think I am a thief, said he keenly. You will tell the police. I am not coming into a trap. Somehow I am assured you are no thief. Here is my card. Take that anyhow. You need not come to any appointment. Come when you will. He took the card and an earnest of my goodwill. Think better of it and come, said I. He shook his head doubtfully. I will pay back your half-crown with interest some day. Such interest as will amaze you, said he. Anyhow, you will keep the secret? Don't follow me. He crossed the road and went into the darkness towards the little steps under the archway leading into Essex Street. And I let him go. And that was the last I ever saw of him. Afterwards I had 2 letters from him asking me to send banknotes, not cheques, to certain addresses. I weighed the matter over and took what I conceived to be the wisest choice. Once he called upon me when I was out. My urchin described him as a very thin, dirty, and ragged man, with a dreadful cough. He left no message. That was the finish of him, so far as my story goes. I wonder sometimes what has become of him. Was he an ingenious monomaniac, or a fraudulent dealer in pebbles? Or has he really made diamonds, as he asserted? The latter is just sufficiently credible to make me think at times that I may have missed the most brilliant opportunity of my life. He may, of course, be dead, and his diamonds carelessly thrown aside. One, I repeat, was almost as big as my thumb. Or he may still be wandering about, trying to sell the things. It is just possible he may yet emerge upon society, and, passing athwart my heavens in the serene altitude sacred to the wealthy and the well-advertised, reproach me silently for my want of enterprise. I sometimes think I might at least have risked £5. End of recording.
The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eyes Have It. Philip K. Dick. It was quite by accident I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing is known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paperback book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hasten to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author knew everything. Knew everything, and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble remembering it even now, read, "His eyes slowly roved about the room. Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface. Rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised. That's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him, and were on their own. My heart pounded, and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race. Obviously non-terrestrial. Yet to the characters in the book it was perfectly natural, which suggested that they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal his knowledge. The story continued. Presently, his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me in wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary, run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. "Nothing," I gasped. I leaped up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so, with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures, capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will. Eyes, arms, and maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive single-celled things, being no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author, without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater, we split up. Part of us went inside, part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously, splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being farther, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney has lost his head again. Which was followed by, and Bob says he has utterly no guts. Yet Bibney got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was soon described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one normal person, reveals herself as also being an alien life form similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Yulia had gone right on living in her usual manner, like all the others in the book. Without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up in two when the occasion demanded. Without a qualm. Thereupon she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand, as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with them by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had to start dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leaped to my feet. But not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travels had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house, as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had enough of the thing. I want to hear no more about it. Let them come on. Let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I've absolutely no stomach for it. End of The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick.
George Loves Gisela by James McKimmey, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. George Loves Gisela by James McKimmey, Jr. George Kennington was 16, and, as he told himself, someone who was 16 knew more about love than someone who was, say, 42. Like his father, for instance. A whole lot more, probably. When you were 42, you got narrow-minded and nervous and angry. You said this is this, and that is that, and there is nothing else. When someone thought and felt and talked that way, George thought bitterly, there was not enough room inside that person to know what it was like, loving a Venusian. But George knew. He knew very well. Her name was Gisela. She was not pretty in standards of American colonists. She had the pale greenish Venusian skin, and she was too short and rather thick. Her face, of course, was not an American face. It was the face of native Venus, round and smooth with the large lidless eyes. There were no visible ears, and a lack of hair strengthened the globular look of her head. But she was a person. The beauty was inside of her. Did you have to point to a girl's face and say, here is where the nose should be, here is where the ears should be? Did you have to measure the width between eyes and test the color of the skin? Did you have to check the size of the teeth and the existence of hair? Was all of this necessary to understand what was inside someone? George snapped a leaf from an overhanging vine and threw it angrily to the ground. He was walking along a thin path that led from the colony to the tangled hills beyond, where hues of red and yellow and purple reflected like bold sweeps of watercolor. In a moment he would see Gisela, and with the color before his eyes and the sweet perfume of the flowers in his lungs, he felt again the familiar rise of excitement. George had not always lived on Venus. The colony was very new. By 2022, most of the Earth countries had sent colonizers to Mars. But as yet, in June of that year, Venus had been touched by only the sparsest invasion of American civilization. George had arrived just 3 years ago, when his father had been appointed secretary of the colonizing unit. And that was the whole trouble, really. Father was the secretary. Mother was the secretary's wife. Sister was the daughter of the secretary. Everybody was wrapped up in it, except George. George loved Gisela. Why don't you find yourself some nice little American girl, his father had said. Say, like Henry Farrell's little daughter. Henry Farrell's little daughter was a sweet, sickening girl with a nasty temper and a nasty tongue. Her father was the governor of the colony. She told you about it all the time. Or, his father had told him, why not little What's-Her-Name, Doug Brentwood's daughter? Little What's-Her-Name's father was the president of the council. My father is president of the council, she said. Over and over, as though in a settlement the size of the colony, there would be anyone who didn't know her father was the president of the council. It was all a very tight and careful circle, chosen on earth with a great deal of common sense. There were the ordinary settlers, of course. They had daughters. Some of them were very pretty and long-limbed, and George had thought about that. Certainly there wasn't a decent-looking girl in the whole governing circle, and the sight of a girl with flashing eyes and a nice red mouth, who was shaped a little like something besides a tree stump, was indeed an exciting sight. But there were limitations to the settler girls. They had no background to speak of, and though that didn't make any difference, George assured himself, they knew nothing about art, music, poetry, or anything really worthwhile. And, too, while George's father had said, "Now, George, we're all one here. Each of us is as good as another. Joe Finch, who cares for the flowers outside, is every bit as good a man as I am." Still George knew, if he told his parents he was going to marry Joe Finch's daughter some day, there would be hell to pay. So as long as the restrictions had been bound around him, there was no reason to go just halfway. George was not an ordinary boy. He did things in extreme. He was now in love with a Venusian girl, and his family was already starting to make him pay. George turned off the path, just beyond an arch of thick purple-green vines that always reminded him of a gate to a garden. There was a quiet simplicity to this small clearing where he and Gisela met. There was an aloneness to it, and only the sound of the flat, shiny leaves sliding together, and the high, trilling sound of the small Venusian birds broke the peaceful silence. They had always met here, nowhere else. Now, as George found himself in the clearing, he began to wonder what Gisela would say or do when he told her he was taking her home to meet his family. It had been a sudden decision, brought out of anger and indignation. George sat down upon the flat hollow of a large vine. The sky was murky as usual, but the soft warm feel and the smell of the growth around him, with its color and brightness, made up for a sunless sky. As he waited, he remembered what his mother had said. "Oh, George, you're really not serious about bringing a Venusian into our home." And his sister, Mari, had said, "My God." Mari, who was 18, said this to most anything. But his father, eyes bright and alert, had said, "No, now if George wants to bring one of these, Venusians home with him, that's his privilege. I think it would be very interesting." George knew what his father meant by interesting. Exposing Gisela to his family would result in deliberate sarcasm and eye-squizzing and barely hidden smiles. There would be pointed remarks and direct insults. And when it was over, George knew, he would be expected to see the error of his ways. He would then be expected to forget about this odd creature and find himself a nice, ignorant little colony girl, whose father was a member of the governing circle. And to hell with that, too, George said. "What?" George heard Gisela say. He turned quickly. She was standing at the edge of the clearing, her round green eyes looking soft and serious. She wore the usual gray cape that reached her ankles. Her voice was a deep, round sound, and there was hardly any accent in the words she had learned so quickly since the colony had begun. "Talking to myself," George grinned. The old excitement was inside of him. There was a kind of exotic quality in meeting Gisela that never disappeared. She crossed the clearing, not too gracefully, and touched her fingers against his hand. This had been the extent of their physical expression of love. "It's nice to see you, George." He noticed his feeling of pleasure when he heard her speak his name. There was something about his own name being spoken by Gisela that had always seemed even more strange than anything else. She sat down beside him, and they looked at each other while the leaves whispered around them and the birds fluttered and chirped. He discovered again the feeling of rightness, sitting beside Gisela. There was a solidity about her, a quiet maturity that he seemed able to feel in himself only when he was with her. And that too was strange, because in American terms of age she was much younger than he. Sitting, as they were doing, silent, watching each other, had been most of their activity. He did not need to entertain Gisela with foolish small talk or exaggerated praising. But right now he wanted to tell her quickly, to make sure that she would feel the enthusiasm he had felt. "Listen, Gisela," he said, while she watched him with her soft-looking round eyes. "I want you to come with me today to meet my family." His words seemed to have an odd ring to them, and George waited tensely until he was sure that she was not shocked or angry about what he had just said. She sat silently for a moment, and then she said, "Do you think that is right for me to do, George?" "Sure it is. Why not? They know about you and me. They know we're in love." Love. She spoke the word as though it were an indefinite, elusive thing that you could not offer as reason for doing anything. Gisela was very wise, George realized, but this was a time for enthusiasm, a time to strengthen their own relationship in this world. "Say you will," George said. "Do you want me to?" "Well, sure I do. What did you think?" She held her hands in her lap quietly. They were not unlike his own, George observed, except for the extreme smallness and the color. "I do not think it will be nice for you or them," she said. "Ah, listen, Gisela, don't talk that way. It'll be fine." But he knew that he was not deceiving her with the lightness he tried to put in his voice. Then, although she had never done it before, she reached out and touched his cheek. George had grown used to the emotions that reflected on her face, and he knew she was suddenly very sad. "Yes, George," she said. "I will go with you to meet your family." And she said it as though she were telling him goodbye. It was no better than he had expected. It was worse, much worse. And he was growing angrier by the moment. They were all seated in the rock-walled patio behind the large white house. Gisela sat beside him, looking very small and frightened and very different. And it was that obvious difference that George had hoped everyone might ignore. But instead, each of them, his father, his mother, his sister, appeared to be trying to make it even more obvious. The first strain, when everyone had sat there staring at Gisela as though she were something behind a cage, had passed. But now his parents and sister were moving in a new direction. They had relaxed, having found control of the situation, and they were cutting her to pieces. "Tell me," his sister was saying, her eyes dancing slyly, "don't you people have some very strange tricks you can do?" George tightened his fingers against his palms. He heard Gisela answer, "Tricks?" "Yes." His sister's white smile shined. "You know, like making things disappear, things like that." "My father," Gisela said seriously, "can do very wonderful things. He is a musician." George's father leaned forward, blinking amusedly. "Really? What does he play?" "Play?" asked Gisela. "Yes. He's a musician. He must play something, some kind of instrument." Gisela looked at George, but George did not know what to say. He wished he had never tried to do this. He wished he had just ignored his family and gone on loving Gisela in the privacy of his own emotions. "Well now," Mr. Kennington was saying rather impatiently, "does he play something like our violin, or clarinet, or oboe, or what?" His father, George had noticed, was becoming impatient more frequently since he had become secretary. The secretarial post was very important. "He does not play anything," Gisela said carefully. "He just makes the music and I hear it." "But how?" Mr. Kennington insisted. "What does he play the music on? He certainly can't make the music without using something to make it on." Gisela glanced again at George, and he said quickly, "It's pretty hard to understand, Father. I don't think—" "No, now don't interrupt just now, son. This is very interesting. We'd like to know what she's talking about." Mrs. Kennington spoke for the first time. "Are you just making this up?" It was like a whip coming through the air. His mother sat there, blinking, the suspicion and distrust she felt for this creature showing in her eyes and upon her mouth, and even in the way she was sitting. "Now, Lois," Mr. Kennington said, as though he really sympathized with what she had said, believing that not only Gisela was making it up, but that all of her race made everything up. But he was stubborn. "Come now, tell us. Tell us what you mean." Gisela's smooth head turned this way and that. "Sometimes," she said slowly, "my father journeys to other places. and if he cannot return soon, he sends me music. When the light has gone from the day and I am alone, I hear it." "You mean he sends it by wires or by radio?" Mr. Kennington asked with surprise. "No." "Now, wait a minute." George's sister leaned forward, smiling. "You just hear this music, is that right? Up here?" She tapped her forehead. "Yes," said Gisela. "My God," George's sister said. She looked at her parents, arching her eyebrows. "You shouldn't make things up," George's mother said. "Mother," George said, his face coloring, "she's not making things up." "Just a moment, son," Mr. Kennington said crisply. "You don't want to talk to your mother in that tone." "No, but my God," George's sister went on. "Imagine, no wires, no loudspeakers, just up here." She tapped her forehead again. "I'm not talking to my mother in any tone at all," George said, disregarding his sister. "Well, she shouldn't lie," said Mrs. Kennington with conviction. George stood up. "She is not lying, Mother." "I forbid you to argue with your mother that way, George," said Mr. Kennington. "I mean, my God," said George's sister happily. "This is an innovation. Can you imagine? Gisela, or whatever your name is, could your father make his music sometime when we have a dance?" Gisela's eyes were hurt, and she was, George knew, confused. She shook her head. Mrs. Kennington was blinking accusingly. "Do they teach you to make these things up? Is that what they teach you at home?" "Mother, will you please?" George said. "Why must you talk to her that way?" Mr. Kennington stood up quickly. "I did not raise my son to show an attitude like that to his mother." "But she isn't making this up," George said. "You asked her to tell you, and she—" George's sister had jumped out of her chair, and she was waltzing over the patio. She began humming as she danced. "Can't you just see it? Everyone dancing around, listening to music in their heads. No orchestra or records or anything." Mr. Kennington stood very tall. "Are you taking the word of your mother or this... He motioned curtly at Gisela. George licked his lips, looking defensively at each one of his family. "It isn't a matter of taking anyone's word at all. It's just something we don't understand." George's sister whirled, and then suddenly she stopped, putting her hand against her mouth. "My God, what if everyone got the music different? I mean, does everyone hear the same music, dear? Because if they didn't, what a mess." She began dancing again, her skirt swirling over the bricks of the patio. Mr. Kennington's voice was louder. "I think we understand all right, George. There isn't anything about this we don't understand." George's lips were paling. His sister dipped and turned. "We could call it a music in the head dance. Everyone brings his own head." She laughed merrily. "My God." George noticed then that Gisela was disappearing out of the rear gate. He stood, clenching his fists and staring at his family. His sister had stopped dancing, but she was still laughing. "I didn't think, George," his mother said resolutely, "that you were going to invite someone who lied." George turned and ran after Gisela. They sat again in the clearing. George could still feel the anger churning inside him, and he held his hands together so tightly that his fingers began to ache. "I hate them for that," he said. Gisela touched his arm. "No, George, it is all right. It is the way things are." "But they don't need to be. My family did that on purpose." "They just don't understand. My race is very different from yours, and it seems strange." "So does mine," George said, standing and beginning to pace back and forth. It had been what he really had expected, but still he had hoped, somehow, that his family might have understood. He looked at Gisela, sitting quietly, her large eyes watching him. He knew he loved her very much just then, more in fact than he ever had before, because she had been refused by his family. "Listen, Gisela," he said, kneeling on the grass in front of her. "It won't make any difference what anyone thinks or does or says. I love you, and I'll go on loving you. We'll build our own life the way we want it." She shook her head slowly. No, George, it does make a difference. You cannot forget your family or your people. That is important to you. I would only hurt you. Do you love me? Yes. Then that's all that's important to me. Not what anyone thinks, not what my sister thinks, or my father, or my mother. We are different, you and I. She sat unmoving, her smooth face unchanging. My people seem strange to yours because we can do things your people do not understand. We seem strange because we look differently, we act differently, we value things differently. My values are the same as yours, George pleaded. I love you because of what you are, not because of some kind of stupid chart for physical beauty, not because... George, she said, look at me. George met her eyes suddenly, caught by the urgency in her voice. And slowly, in front of his eyes, she changed. Her features shifted, until George saw a beautiful young girl with pink-white skin and red lips. He saw shining blue eyes and shimmering golden hair that fell over her shoulders. Gisla's body had changed to a lithe, smooth figure that revealed its contours beneath the gray cape. He caught his breath and wiped a hand at his eyes. What you see, said Gisla softly, is an illusion. You see what would be, in your values, a beautiful girl. George opened his mouth, but was unable to find his voice. Do not be afraid, George. Beneath the illusion of your senses, I am still Gisla. I am still a Venusian. George reached out and touched his fingers against a white arm and a white shoulder bared by the cape. He touched the golden hair. Gisla, he said, amazed. You're beautiful. Yes, she said sadly. But you really are. Your hair and your eyes and your mouth. How did you do it? She shook her head to show its unimportance. It is something like your hypnotism. George raised himself from his knees and sat beside her. But I can't believe it. You can see, you can feel. Yes, George said. Yes. You are happy with me this way, aren't you, George? But you're so beautiful. The golden-haired girl nodded her head, and the shining blue eyes watched him carefully. You see, then, Gisla said, it does make a difference. You love me more this way. No, George said, touching her hair again. I don't love you more, but if you can do this, why then we'll have no more worries, don't you see? I think so, Gisla said, looking away. George's voice was excited, and his eyes darted over her face and body. Would other people see you as I do? If I wished, yes. Then you see, it's all changed. You are what I see, golden-haired and pale-skinned. I am still Gisla. You would always know that. Would you love something that is not real just because you see it with your eyes? But I can feel that you're real, George said, putting his hands on her shoulders. He pulled her closer and kissed her hair. You're Gisla, he said. And you're beautiful. He tipped her face up to his and bent to kiss her mouth. His lips touched smooth green skin, and he looked into Gisla's large, round, lidless eyes. He recoiled as though he had been touched by fire. She watched him as he wiped a trembling hand across his chest, and her globular head glistened in the reflection of the late sun. She nodded. When you see what I really am, the difference is important. She gathered her cloak around her and stood up. George felt the flush of his face, and he could not meet her eyes. He heard her walk a few steps away. Goodbye, George, she said. He jumped up quickly. That wasn't fair. No, she said slowly. But it proved the value of things. It wasn't fair, George repeated, and it didn't prove anything. I think it did, she said, moving away. No, listen, Gisla, he said. You can't judge anything by what I did or said. We are different in a physical sense, but that doesn't really matter. If a golden-haired girl materializes in front of my eyes, you can't blame me for what my emotions did. It's still you I love, not the color of your skin or the shape of your mouth. But you and what you or I or anybody else looks like isn't important. He followed her and caught her arm. She turned to face him. You can say that, she said. Your words tell me that, and your eyes, but I know it isn't true." The embarrassment was still inside him, but the way she denied him made him want her more than ever. He held to her arm, and then he said, "Gisela, could you change me? I mean, so that other people, even I, would see me as they see you, as a Venusian?" She stood very still, staring at him. "Could you?" he asked. "Yes." "Then do it, Gisela. I'll prove to you that nothing is important but you and me. I'll be a Venusian, like you are. I'll go back to my family as a Venusian, and I'll take you with me. I'll prove that neither they nor anybody else makes any difference in how I love you." Gisela watched him solemnly. Finally she said, "Would you really do that?" "Yes," he said quickly. "Yes." "I love you, George," she said in her deep round voice. He lifted his hands to touch her face, and he found that his skin had turned to pale green. He touched his own face, and he knew that if he looked into a mirror, he would see a round, smooth head with large, lidless eyes. "Is that what you wanted?" she asked. "Yes," he said stubbornly. "That's what I wanted." He stood there for a long time, trying to become used to it, fighting the fear that ran through him every time he looked at his hands or touched his head. Finally he said, quietly, "Let's go meet my family." As they drew near the house, he knew his family was still in the patio. He could hear the voices of his mother and father and the high, piercing laughter of his sister. "And my God," he heard his sister say, "did you see the way those horrible eyes looked at you? Whatever gets into George?" "Dear, dear, dear," he heard his mother say. Gisela was looking at him. "You do not have to do this." "Yes," he said, feeling his heart jump. "I do." He took her hand, and they walked to the gate of the patio. He stood there, feeling Gisela's hand tighten about his own. And as he said, "Hello, everybody," he felt his breath shorten as though he had suddenly gotten stage fright. He saw his father turn around. "What's this?" Mr. Kennington said, frowning. "Hello, Father," George said. "Father," Mr. Kennington repeated. "What are you doing in this patio?" "I brought Gisela back." "So I see," said Mr. Kennington, his eyes narrow as he looked at Gisela. "Where's George?" "I'm George." "I'm not in the mood for joking with Venusians," his father snapped. "What made you think you could come in here like this?" Gisela's hand tightened again. "Try to understand," George said. "Gisela—" "What's going on?" his sister interrupted. "Gisela, or whatever her name is," Mr. Kennington said, "has brought a friend of hers, another Venusian." He said the word Venusian as though it were a curse or a filthy word. "My God," said his sister, squinting at them. Mrs. Kennington leaned over in her chair, peering. "Tell them not to come into the patio, Harry," she said to her husband. "Listen, Father," George said, feeling the panic begin. "Gisela has changed my appearance, so that I seem to look like a Venusian. I came here to tell you that it doesn't make any difference what I look like, whether I look like a Venusian or a leaf on a vine or anything else. I still love her, and it doesn't make any difference." He heard his voice rising and becoming louder. "My God," said his sister, giggling, "more black magic. Can you make music?" she asked George. "Harry," his mother said, "they frighten me. Can't you make them keep off the patio?" "Mother," George began. "Now see here," Mr. Kennington growled. "You know we don't allow Venusians around here. I'd advise you to get out of here, quick." "Why does he keep calling you father and mother?" his sister asked. "Isn't that queer, how he keeps doing that? Make some music," she said to George. George could see the hatred in his father's eyes and in his mother's, and behind his sister's sarcastic smile he could see the hatred there too. He felt himself getting more tense, and the panic raced through him. "Listen," he shouted. "I'm George, don't you understand? George." "I don't want to tell you again," his father said, his face very red. "I don't know what your little game is, but it isn't coming off, And so I'll tell you just this one time. You get the hell off this property or I'll... Listen, George yelled. I'm George. Don't you understand? His father's lips thinned to a white line, and he began shouting for Joe Finch, the gardener. George knew what he should have done then. He should have taken Gisela and gone. He should have walked with her, hand in hand, down the road and away from there. But instead, the panic made his heart pound, and he saw the hatred all around him. He couldn't help it when he shouted to her, Gisela! For God's sake, change me back, right now! Gisela! He stood there, breathing hard, his muscles knotted like steel, while she stared at him, looking into his eyes. Suddenly, he heard his father gasp and say, George. He looked at his hands, and they were white, and he felt of his face, and it was his own. He saw his sister's hand against her mouth, and his father stared at him with unbelieving eyes. His mother had gotten up and was coming over to him, her eyes blinking. George, she said, what did they do to you? She patted his shoulder, her hands fluttering like bird wings. He turned back to Gisela and she was gone, beyond the gate now, he knew, and walking slowly, alone, down the road. Only this time he would not go after her. He couldn't. And as he stood there, feeling his mother's hand patting his shoulder, hearing his sister say, My God, seeing his father shake his head slowly, he felt very young and at the same time very old, and he wanted to cry. End of George Loves Gisela by James McKimmey, Jr.
Invasion by A. Bertram Chandler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. For generations they had wandered about the universe, looking for a planet on which to settle. And now, at long last, they seem to have found a suitable home. Rogerez and Suzette were in their tiny cabin, about to retire, when the bulkhead speaker coughed twice and then began to talk in a crisp, authoritative voice. This is the captain speaking, it said. The Department of Astrophysics has just informed me that the star that we are approaching has a family of 10 planets, as well as many satellites and planetoids. It is possible that our voyage is over. In any case, we have been ordered by the Commodore to make the preliminary investigations. If our findings are hopeful, the main fleet will be diverted to this system. All departmental heads will report at once to Control. That is all. Rogerez, who was halfway out of his trunks, pulled them on again. He got back into the shirt that carried the silver-crossed quill pens on its epaulets. He slid his feet into his sandals. Suzette sat on the bunk and watched him. Her thin, fine-featured face was thoughtful and serious under the pale yellow hair. Raj, she said, do you think that this is the real thing this time? It could be, he said. It could be. She smiled faintly. But you're the chronicler, and you keep the records, and you have access to the records of the chroniclers before you. You could tell me just how many sterile balls of rock or mud or water we've investigated since the beginning of the exile. I could, he said. I advise you, Sue, not to get any false hopes. But the captain said that it was possible that our voyage was over, she said. What will it be like to live on the surface of a planet, with room to stretch? What will it be like to have all the food we want, instead of rations? All the water we want? What will it be like to be a real gardener, a real farmer, not a biochemist dabbling with seeds and shoots in tanks full of chemicals? What will it be like to be able to have children when we want to, not when some damn committee decides it's our turn to be parents? I hope, he said, that you find out, that we find out, but I must get along to Control.
One departmental head in the family is one too many, she said, smiling. I wish that you could stay with me to hear the news as it's released. So do I, he said. He kissed her briefly, opened the door, and almost ran out into the alleyway. He was the last to reach control. All the others were already there. Captain Maris, Kane, the chief officer, Blish and Cat, the two chief engineers, Crandall, the communications officer, Deal, who commanded the ground forces, Hain, the surgeon, Pamel, the biochemist, Claver, the purser, Keene, the astrophysicist. Rogerez stood in the doorway looking at them, at the men and women who were the rulers of this little man-made world. He looked beyond them to the banked instruments and controls, to the big screens upon which the stars were, to the layman, meaningless swirls and eddies of light against the blackness. He tried to get the feel of the occasion, began to toy with the phrases that he would use when writing his official account. "Sit down, man," snapped Captain Maris. "Don't interrupt his train of thought, sir," said Pamel cattily. "Who knows what beautiful purple prose is running through his mind?" Rogerez glared at her, but said nothing. After all, she was Susette's chief, and could make life hard for her. He took his seat at the foot of the long conference table. It's been worn shiny, he thought, by the elbows of generations. It's old, and the ship is old, and we are growing old with her. Will there never be an end to this voyaging? "Keene," said the captain, "tell us of your findings." "With your permission," said the astrophysicist. "The interstellar drive was shut down and observations made. The 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, and 5th planets seem to be utterly incapable of supporting life as we know it. It would be barely possible to establish a colony on the 4th planet. We have not yet been able to decide whether or not the 2nd planet is suitable. The 1st planet would be most unsuitable." "Come to the point, man," said Colonel Deal impatiently. "On my own time, Deal," replied Keene. After the preliminary observations, our attention was concentrated upon the 3rd planet. Its mass is almost identical with that of the home world. So is the relative distribution of land and water. The same may be said for atmospheric density and composition. "Is it inhabited?" asked Deal. "There is life," replied the scientist. "Pamel will bear me out on that." "Is there intelligent life?" asked the soldier. "That does not concern us yet, Deal," said Captain Maris. "My instructions from the Commodore are to make the preliminary survey from a safe orbit. No landing is to be attempted until the arrival of the main fleet. If there is intelligent life, we shall not strike until we are ready." "Need there be war, Captain?" asked Hain. "Might it not be possible to establish friendly relations with the natives?" "Was it possible," asked Maris, "when the Glormingen landed on our homeworld?" "Between different races, there is only one possible state of affairs: war. Our world was taken from us by force. We shall take a new world by force." "I am ready," said Deal quietly. He looked around the table, a small, hard smile on his hard face. "He sees us all carrying guns, manning his artillery," thought Rogerez. After years of playing at soldiers, of studying strategy and tactics, he sees a chance of achieving what he thinks is his proper place in the scheme of things. "Cat," asked the captain, "how are your rockets?" "Ready, Captain," replied the reaction engineer. "They are always ready. My fuel tanks were refilled, as you know, only 20 years ago. The only consumption since then has been for the annual tests. Claver, in the unlikely event of our being ordered to send down a landing party before the arrival of the main fleet, how are your boat provisions?" "All boats are fully stocked," said the purser, "as always." "She looks," thought Rogerez, "like a plump, competent housewife in the old stories. And that, with any luck at all, is what she will be soon, with her own little home to worry about, and not a ship." "Rogerez," Maris went on, I suppose that your records are up to date? They are, sir. Then get them transmitted to the flagship for recording, and make it, from now on, a half-daily routine. Crandall, is all your equipment in good order? It is, Captain. Keep it so. The Commodore must be kept informed of everything. Everything. How much can we tell the people, Captain? Asked Claver. I realize the dangers of raising false hopes, but there has been considerable despondency of late. You can tell them, said Maris, that we have found our new world. You can tell them, too, that we may have to fight for it. We shall have to fight, said Rogerez. Put me in the picture, said Suzette. Nobody ever tells us anything in hydroponics. That bitch Pamela knows what's going on, but it'd break her heart to pass on information. What's the use of having a husband who's chronicler if I can't get inside information? This is inside information, said Rogerez. For some reason, the old man's decided to keep it secret. This is rather too big for him to handle, and he's waiting for instructions from the Commodore. As you know, we're in an orbit around the third planet. It's all that astrophysics said it was. Mass, atmosphere, climate, and all the rest just right. But it's inhabited. We can see the city lights gleaming from the night hemisphere. Crandall has been able to pick up what seem to be radio broadcasts. Voice is talking in some odd language. Weird music. This much we know for certain. These people have electricity, and they have radio. It's fairly certain that they haven't spaceflight. There are no signs of colonization on their satellite. But even so, their technological level is uncomfortably high. They may have atomic power. The scientists are still trying to make up their minds about that. What harm can it do if the people do know? Plenty. If the Commodore decides to carry on without making a landing, an attempt at conquest, think of the disappointment. There might be mutiny even. The technique for handling such a situation has to be worked out. I have a good mind, she flared, to go out into the alleyways, the public rooms, and shout what you've told me throughout the ship. As wife of the chronicler, he told her, you've taken the oath of loyalty and secrecy. This is more important than any oath, she snapped. It is not. The lights flickered. What was that? She demanded. Crandall's taking some more readings of the native radio signals, she said. They've had to switch off the meteor screen. Isn't that dangerous? No, the chances of our being struck are infinitesimal. The lights went out. Rogerez realized that he was on the deck with Suzette in his arms. He was deafened by the concussions that had slammed through the huge hull, heard only faintly the thudding shut of airtight doors, the thin, high scream of escaping atmosphere. Somebody was whispering. It was, he realized, the bulkhead speaker. Spacesuits! Put on your spacesuits! The ship is holed! Another voice was heard. There aren't enough, you fool! Attention all! Attention all! This is the chief officer. The captain is dead. I am in command. The ship has been badly damaged. All navigation personnel will report to control. All engineering personnel to the engine room. The rest of you stay in your cabins and dormitories and prepare for landing. Prepare for landing. There will be a brief period of weightlessness when the ship's revolution about her axis is halted. Weight will return with deceleration. Secure everything. Secure yourselves. Rogerez got unsteadily to his feet, pulled Suzette to hers. Together, groping blindly in the darkness, they found the bunk, fell into it, strapped themselves in. They heard the roar as the rockets were fired, felt the dizziness that came when the rotation slowed and halted, when centrifugal force no longer played the part of gravity. Then, after what could have been either centuries or seconds, weight returned as the ship shook to the blasting of the rockets. Deceleration, said Rogerez. We are going down, came Kane's voice from the speaker. Again the rockets fired. And again. There was the whine of the gyroscopes as the ship was turned. There was the thin, barely heard keening of the first tenuous wisps of atmosphere along her sides. There was the screaming roar, the ear-piercing whistle, as the air through which they were rushing found the holes punctured in the sleekness by the meteor swarm. The ship was tilting, and Rogerez was afraid until he realized what had been down could no longer be down. The cane was turning her again so that she was approaching the planetary surface stern first, dropping down and down the long column of fire of her exhausts. Creaking, protesting, the long untried mechanism of the bunk adjusted itself to the change of conditions. Somewhere children were crying and a man was swearing. The roar of the rockets was steady now, drowning all other noises. More frightening than any sound was the shuddering of the ship. She was old, thought Rogerez, and the metal of her parts must, over the centuries, have crystallized. She was old, and the damage caused by the meteor swarm must have weakened her still further. He tried to visualize the scene in control. Kane and his officers intent over their instruments, the body of the captain flung carelessly and unregarded in some corner. Was it in daylight that they were coming down, he wondered, or was it at night? Was it clear air that they were dropping through, or cloud and storm? One of the rockets was faltering, stammering. Susette cried out in fear as the ship tilted again. Rogerez held her tightly to him. He was muttering to himself, "Fire, you bastard! Fire, you bastard!" Another rocket cut out, and the ship righted. "If we could only see what was happening," cried Susette. "We can guess," said Rogerez. "We're coming down on 6 jets instead of 8. Kane had to cut one of the good ones to counterbalance the bad one." Again there was the uneven, terrifying hammering. Again the ship tilted. Again she righted, and the diminution of the rocket's thunder was more frightening than the tilting had been. "Control here," came Kane's voice. "We are coming down too fast for a safe landing. I am trying to bring her down in what appears to be a body of calm water. Be ready to throw off your safety belts the moment we touch. The ship is badly holed and will not stay afloat for long. Get ready to abandon ship as soon as we touch." Rogers remembered how, at every council meeting, there had been those who had maintained that the space occupied by the ship's swimming pool could be put to much better use. He was glad that they had never been able to carry their point. She hit, not too hard, and there was a great hissing and bubbling as her incandescent exhausts boiled the water around her. She went down, and then, swaying gently, floated to the surface. Rogerez unsnapped the buckles of the belt holding Susette and himself to the bunk. He jumped down onto what had been a bulkhead and was now the deck. He managed to open the sliding door. There were dim emergency lights burning in the alleyway outside, and they were shining on the crowds of people making their way to the axial shaft. There was little panic, but there was a determination to get out of the ship as soon as possible. Rogerez knew that should he or Susette fall, they would never be able to get up again. He took her hand and tucked it in the waistband of his trunks. All they could do thereafter was go with the crowd. The alleyway had been crowded, but the axial shaft was almost jammed. Rogerez and Susette were pushed into it by the crush behind them, then went up it almost without touching the ladder rungs. Below them were gurglings and splashings, sounds that told of the encroachment of water into the ship. There was an occasional cry, an occasional curse. Somewhere, with idiot persistence, the speaker was repeating, "Abandon ship! Abandon ship!" Then Rogerez and Susette were at the forward airlock. There was no holding back, no chance of a pause to evaluate, to decide upon a plan of action. They were swept through the little compartment by the press of bodies behind them until in a matter of seconds the deck was gone from beneath their feet and they were falling. The chronicler glimpsed gray sky and tall, incredibly tall trees looming through the mist as he fell. And then all was blotted out by the water. He fought viciously to free himself from the entwining arms and legs of those who had fallen with him, after him. He broke surface at last, coughing and sputtering. He looked around him frantically until he saw Susette's pale hair and paler face. Together they struck out for the dark line of the shore. Kane, aided by Deal and Claver, called the roll. Rogerez, his stylus and notebook were little the worse for their immersion, wrote down the figures after them. We were lucky. 7 men, including the captain, 5 women, and 16 children died in the meteor shower. 3 men, 8 women, and 6 children are missing, presumed drowned, after the landing. Over 1,000 of our ship's company have survived. Lucky, demanded Deal, who was holding the hand lamp while Rogerez wrote. Lucky, you say? All of our heavy weapons have been lost with the ship. With them, we could have destroyed a city. He turned to Kane. As for you, why couldn't you have landed near one of their cities? Why couldn't you have landed on solid ground? If I had, replied Kane, we'd have been lucky to have had 10 survivors, and the people of the city could have finished us off with ease. I got us here. I did my job. You're in charge now, soldier. Let's see what you can do. All right, snapped Dee. All non-military officers will get the people formed into a column, at the head of which I shall place my own men. We shall march, he consulted his compass, west. I suppose that this planet has got a magnetic field, Kane. It has. All right, we march west, away from the lake. We must get out of this damn jungle as soon as possible. For all we know, it's teeming with night predators. At sunrise, which shouldn't be far off, we halt to take stock. Why not wait until sunrise before marching? Because I say so, snapped Deal. Get the people organized and we'll make a start. What about a rear guard? Asked Kane. Are you trying to teach me my business? Demanded the soldier. Nevertheless, Roger has noted that he made arrangements for both a rear guard and flanking parties. Whistles sounded, and the long column began its march. The chronicler, with Susette, took his place, with Kane at the head of the civilians. As he walked, he looked around him, trying to make out as much as possible in the dim, misty light. He could see little beyond the tall, straight stems, many times the height of a man, between which they threaded their way. Now and again there were other, thicker trunks, and the tops of the growths supported by them were lost in the mist. Roots, like cables over the ground, made going difficult. Ahead of the column, Deal was blowing his whistle, a series of short, urgent blasts. Kane repeated the signal with his whistle. It was repeated again by the other officers. There were cries of alarm and apprehension as the march halted. There's something there, whispered Kane to Rogerez. Do you hear it? There was something there ahead, something that crashed through the jungle toward them, something big. Rogerez saw it in the glare of the soldiers' hand lamps. It was huge and spiny, and the mouth in that long pointed face was open, showing sharp, yellow teeth. Its black eyes glared at them hungrily. Fire! Shouted Deal. The rattle of the handguns was deafening. Blinded, the beast reared up, its taloned forepaws scrambling at its ruined eyes. Fire! Shouted Deal again. The bullets tore into its soft underbelly. It screamed deafeningly, fell on its side, flattening the tall, spear-like growths. It screamed again and jerked convulsively. It was dead. Walking slowly, Deal came back to confer with Kane. This was supposed to be a civilized world, he said bitterly. How do you account for that? Even on our own planet, replied Kane, there were vast areas of primitive jungle at the time of the invasion. You yourself said that we should be on our guard against night predators. I didn't expect anything quite so big, said the soldier. I didn't expect something that it would take all my firepower to dispose of. You disposed of it, said the chief officer. Yes, but ammunition isn't unlimited. I hope that anything else we meet will be of a size that we can handle with our machetes. Roger has left them talking, walked with Susette to look at the dead animal. He didn't like what he saw. The spiny body armor suggested that it must have enemies bigger and fiercer than itself. He examined one of the smaller spikes. His hand would just fit comfortably around the base of it. "Deal!" he shouted. "Yes, Rogers? Come here a minute, will you?" "What is it?" asked the soldier. "First of all," said Rogers, "there must be bigger animals than this one around. It's built for defense rather than for attack. We can assume that it feeds on beasts smaller than itself, such as ourselves. It can supply us with weapons against such creatures." "How?" "Don't you ever read military history? Pikes, man, pikes." The sun was up, but the mist persisted, looming gigantic on either side. Towering high above what he had called in his notes the spear trees were other growths, seeming to reach to the very sky itself. Ahead of them was the vague silhouette of what could only be a mountain, but a mountain constructed on improbable geometrical lines, in whose sheer sides gleamed enormous sheets of some highly polished material that reflected the almost level rays of the sun. "Volcanic," grunted Kane, and Rogers agreed, but in his mind he wasn't sure. Then they were out of the jungle and crossing a wide, bare clearing, stumbling and slipping a little on the coarse gravel. Deal ordered a detour. He did not, he said, like the looks of tunnels that run down into the earth at a steep angle. There was something artificial about them, he said. Suddenly, the nearer of the tunnels erupted, a swarm of glistening red bodies that deployed rapidly over the plain, that closed in on the advance guard with a pincer movement. Rogers was shocked to see that they were not humanoid, that they ran on all 6 of their jointed legs, that their weapons were their vicious laterally hinged jaws. Calmly, with deliberation, the soldiers were firing, at first. Then, in spite of Deal's shouts, an element of hysteria crept into their fighting. These natives were so hard to kill, pressed on to the attack with their legs missing and half their bodies shot away. Kane took charge of the rest of the column. "Children in the center," he bellowed. "The rest of you, form a tight ring. Use your pikes." The maneuver was accomplished, although not without confusion, not without casualties. Kane was dead, his head ripped from his shoulders. Claver was dead, her body cut in 2. Deal, Rogers noted as he fended off attack with his pike, was down. The air was heavy with the odor of spilled blood and the acrid stench of the ichor flowing from the bodies of the natives. The worst of it was that there were so many of them. In a seemingly inexhaustible stream, they flowed from their tunnels, rushed to the attack over the bodies of their comrades. The soldiers had exhausted their ammunition, were fighting with machetes and spears. The handful of them who survived retreated to the main body. Rogers was bleeding, his shirt ripped from his body by a serrated claw. It seemed that he had been fighting for an eternity, that all he had ever known, ever would know, was the thrusting of the point of his pike into the soft joints of body armor between gaping, clashing mandibles. Beside him, Susette had lost her spear. It had been bitten clean in 2 and was wielding a machete taken from a dead soldier. Rogers realized dimly that it had been all of 5 minutes since he had used his spear. He looked around him. The tunnel mouths gaped black and empty. On the blood-stained gravel were the bodies of men and women, the bodies of the enemy. The human corpses were still. Those of the natives were not. Clawed legs twitched jerkily, sharp mandibles still opened and shut viciously. "Rogers," somebody was saying, "what do we do now?" "Ask Deal," he said. "Ask Kane." But Deal was dead, and with him his junior officers and his sergeants. Kane was dead, and the purser was dead, and the engineers had died during the landing. As chronicler, Rogers ranked as an officer. In the past he had enjoyed the privileges of rank. He had never thought that he would have to accept the responsibilities. He said, "Find all the handlights that are still working. Collect all the machetes and the shorter spears. We are going down into the city." "But the natives?" "We'll never be safe until we have a fortified place of our own. The natives must have sent all their soldiers out against us. Killing the rest should be easy." It wasn't easy, but it was not as hard as Roger had anticipated. There was fighting in the tunnels and passages, and there were more casualties, but they were not heavy ones. It was in the very heart of the city that the stiffest resistance was encountered, and there, in a huge chamber, 20 guards put up a desperate and stubborn defense. They went down at last, hacked to pieces by the machete-men. Rogerus looked at the bulk of the being whom they had defended so grimly. He looked at the great flaccid body, at the faceted eyes that glinted in the light of the hand lamps that glared into his. "Kill it," he ordered. The pikes drove home. "What now?" asked Suzette. "This will be our headquarters," said Rogerez. To his men he said, "Drag that thing out of here into that side tunnel. Pass word that I want all the natives' bodies dragged out and buried, and the bodies of our own people brought inside before some vile scavenger finds them. We'll make a grave of one of the tunnels. Then I want parties to go through the city to dispose of any survivors, and to report to me on the discovery of any records or artifacts or stores or foodstuffs. We've seen no artifacts. There's no artificial lighting even. What about the city lights we saw from our orbit? Civilization and savagery can exist together on the same planet," said Rogerez. "We landed among savages." He sat on the ground, his back against the wall of the chamber. He was tired, and his wounds were painful. He was thankful for the pain. It kept him awake. He was able to acknowledge the reports of various parties as they told him of the discovery of gardens of fungi, of the finding of a chamber in which, in silken bags, were loathsome beings that seemed to be the young of the natives. He nibbled a piece of the fungus brought to him by one of the foraging parties, pronounced it edible. It was not unlike the yeast from the ship's vats. At last, with affairs organized to his satisfaction, he felt justified in ordering a general stand-down. Sentries had been posted, and arrangements made to pass messages by word of mouth through the tunnels and passages. Nothing further could be attempted, he knew, until all hands had been refreshed by sleep. Thankfully, he himself sank into unconsciousness with Susette by his side. He was awakened just before the end by a confused bawling. As in a dream, he heard the words screamed rather than shouted. "Like mountains! Like mountains walking!" There was a dreadful thudding overhead that threatened to crush the underground city. And then the scalding water sweeping through tunnels and chambers, seeping into every last crevice, finished conclusively what had begun by shipwreck and battle. The man cursed as the spines of the dead hedgehog pricked his ankle. He stooped to examine the little body. "Hello," he said, "I wonder what did this." "Never mind the hedgehog," said his wife. "It's those dreadful ants that I'm after." She stood with the empty kettle in her hand, looking down with satisfaction at the steaming earth around the nest. "There'll be more of them," said her husband pessimistically. End of Invasion by A. Bertram Chandler.
Keep Out by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Keep Out by Frederick Brown. With no more room left on Earth, and with Mars hanging up there empty of life, somebody hit on the plan of starting a colony on the Red Planet. It meant changing the habits and physical structure of the immigrants, but that worked out fine. In fact, every possible factor was covered, except one of the flaws of human nature. Daptine is the secret of it. Adaptine they called it first. Then it got shortened to daptine. It let us adapt. They explained it all to us when we were 10 years old. I guess they thought we were too young to understand before then, although we knew a lot of it already. And they told us just after we landed on Mars. "You're home, children," the head teacher told us after we had gone into the glassite dome they'd built for us there. And he told us there'd be a special lecture for us that evening, an important one that we must all attend. And that evening he told us the whole story, and the whys and the wherefores. He stood up before us. He had to wear a heated spacesuit and helmet, of course, because the temperature in the dome was comfortable for us, but already freezing cold for him, and the air was already too thin for him to breathe. His voice came to us by radio from inside his helmet. "Children," he said, "you are home. This is Mars, the planet on which you will spend the rest of your lives. You are Martians, the first Martians. You have lived 5 years on Earth and another 5 in space. Now you will spend 10 years until you are adults in this dome, although toward the end of that time you will be allowed to spend increasingly long periods outdoors. Then you will go forth and make your own homes, live your own lives as Martians. You will intermarry and your children will breed true. They too will be Martians. It is time you were told the history of this great experiment of which each of you is a part." Then he told us. Man, he said, had first reached Mars in 1985. It had been uninhabited by intelligent life. There is plenty of plant life and a few varieties of non-flying insects, and he had found it by terrestrial standard uninhabitable. Man could survive on Mars only by living inside glassite domes and wearing spacesuits when he went outside of them. Except by day in the warmer seasons, it was too cold for him. The air was too thin for him to breathe, and long exposure to sunlight, less filtered of rays harmful to him than on Earth because of the lesser atmosphere, could kill him. The plants were chemically alien to him, and he could not eat them. He had to bring all his food from Earth, or grow it in hydroponic tanks. For 50 years he had tried to colonize Mars, and all his efforts had failed. Besides this dome which he had built for us, there was only one other outpost, another glassite dome, much smaller and less than a mile away. It had looked as though mankind could never spread to the other planets of the solar system besides Earth, for of all of them Mars was the least inhospitable. If he couldn't live here, there was no use even trying to colonize the others. And then in 2034, 30 years ago, a brilliant biochemist named Weymouth had discovered daptine, a miracle drug that worked not on the animal or person to whom it was given, but on the progeny he conceived during a limited period of time after inoculation. It gave his progeny almost limitless adaptability to changing conditions, provided the changes were made gradually. Dr. Weymouth had inoculated and then mated a pair of guinea pigs. They had borne a litter of 5, and by placing each member of the litter under different and gradually changing conditions, he had obtained amazing results. When they attained maturity, one of those guinea pigs was living comfortably at a temperature of 40 below 0 Fahrenheit. Another was quite happy at 150 above. A third was thriving on a diet that would have been deadly poison for an ordinary animal, and a fourth was contented under a constant X-ray bombardment that would have killed one of his parents within minutes. Subsequent experiments with many litters showed that animals who had been adapted to similar conditions bred true, and their progeny was conditioned from birth to live under those conditions. 10 years later, 10 years ago, the head teacher told us, you children were born. born of parents carefully selected from those who volunteered for the experiment. And from birth, you have been brought up under carefully controlled and gradually changing conditions. From the time you were born, the air you have breathed has been gradually thinned, and its oxygen content reduced. Your lungs have compensated by becoming much greater in capacity, which is why your chests are so much larger than those of your teachers and attendants. When you are fully mature and are breathing air like that of Mars, the difference will be even greater. Your bodies are growing fur to enable you to stand the increasing cold. You are comfortable now under conditions which would kill ordinary people quickly. Since you were 4 years old, your nurses and teachers have had to wear special protection to survive conditions that seem normal to you. In another 10 years, at maturity, you will be completely acclimated to Mars. Its air will be your air, its food plants your food. Its extremes of temperature will be easy for you to endure, and its median temperatures pleasant to you. Already, because of the 5 years we spent in space under gradually decreased gravitational pull, the gravity of Mars seems normal to you. It will be your planet, to live on and to populate. You are the children of Earth, but you are the first Martians. Of course, we had known a lot of these things already. The last year was the best. By then the air inside the dome, except for the pressurized parts where our teachers and attendants live, was almost like that outside, and we were allowed out for increasingly long periods. It is good to be in the open. The last few months they relaxed segregation of the sexes, so we could begin choosing mates, although they told us there is to be no marriage until after the final day, after our full clearance. Choosing was not difficult in my case. I had made my choice long since, and I'd felt sure that she felt the same way. I was right. Tomorrow is the day of our freedom. Tomorrow we will be Martians, the Martians. Tomorrow we shall take over the planet. Some among us are impatient, have been impatient for weeks now, but wiser counsel prevailed, and we are waiting. We have waited 20 years, and we can wait until the final day. And tomorrow is the final day. Tomorrow, at a signal, we will kill the teachers and the other Earthmen among us before we go forth. They do not suspect, so it will be easy. We have dissimulated for years now, and they do not know how we hate them. They do not know how disgusting and hideous we find them, with their ugly misshapen bodies, so narrow-shouldered and tiny-chested, their weak sibilant voices that need amplification to carry in our Martian air, and above all, their white, pasty, hairless skins. We shall kill them, and then we shall go and smash the other dome, so all the Earthmen there will die too. If more Earthmen ever come to punish us, we can live and hide in the hills, where they'll never find us. And if they try to build more domes here, we'll smash them. We want no more to do with Earth. This is our planet, and we want no aliens. Keep off. End of Keep Out by Frederick Brown.
A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophie Owen. A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury. There were two important things. One, that she was very old. Two, that Mr. Thirkell was taking her to God. For hadn't he patted her hand and said, "Mrs. Bellows, we'll take off into space in my rocket and go to find him together." And that was how it was going to be. Oh, this wasn't like any other group Mrs. Bellows had ever joined. In her fervour to light a path for her delicate, tottering feet, she had struck matches down dark alleys and found her way to Hindu mystics who floated their flickering, starry eyelashes over crystal balls. She had walked on the meadow paths with ascetic Indian philosophers imported by daughters in spirit of Madame Blavatsky. She had made pilgrimages to California's stucco jungles to hunt the astrological seer in his natural habitat. She had even consented to signing away the rights to one of her homes in order to be taken into the shouting order of a temple of amazing evangelists who had promised her golden smoke, crystal fire, and the great soft hand of God coming to bear her home. None of these people had ever shaken Mrs. Bellows's faith, even when she saw them sirened away in a black wagon in the night, or discovered their pictures bleak and unromantic in the morning tabloids. The world had roughed them up and locked them away because they knew too much, that was all. And then, 2 weeks ago, she had seen Mr. Thirkell's advertisement in New York City. "Come to Mars. Stay at the Thirkell Restorium for 1 week, and then on into space on the greatest adventure life can offer. Send for free pamphlet, Nearer My God to Thee. Excursion rates, round trip slightly lower." Round trip? Mrs. Bellows had thought. But who would come back after seeing him? And so she had bought a ticket and flown off to Mars, and spent several mild days at Mr. Thirkell's Restorium, the building with the sign on it which flashed, "Thirkell's Rocket to Heaven." She had spent the week bathing in limpid waters and erasing the care from her tiny bones, and now she was fidgeting, ready to be loaded into Mr. Thirkell's own special private rocket, like a bullet, to be fired on out into space beyond Jupiter and Saturn and Pluto. And thus, who could deny it? You would be getting nearer and nearer to the Lord. How wonderful! Couldn't you just feel him drawing near? Couldn't you just sense his breath, his scrutiny, his presence? "Here I am," said Mrs. Bellows, "an ancient rickety elevator, ready to go up the shaft. God need only press the button." Now, on the 7th day, as she minced up the steps of the Restorium, a number of small doubts assailed her. "For one thing," she said aloud to no one, "it isn't quite the land of milk and honey here on Mars that they said it would be. My room is like a cell, the swimming pool is really quite inadequate, and besides, how many widows who look like mushrooms or skeletons want to swim? And finally, the whole Restorium smells of boiled cabbage and tennis shoes." She had opened the front door and let it slam somewhat irritably. She was amazed at the other women in the auditorium. It was like wandering in a carnival mirror maze, coming again and again upon yourself. The same flowery face, the same chicken hands and jingling bracelets. One after another of the images of herself floated before her. She put out her hand, but it wasn't a mirror. It was another lady shaking her fingers and saying, "We're waiting for Mr. Thirkell. Shh." "Ah," whispered everyone. The velvet curtains parted. Mr. Thirkell appeared, fantastically serene, his Egyptian eyes upon everyone. But there was something, nevertheless, in his appearance which made one expect him to call "Hi!" while fuzzy dogs jumped over his legs, through his hooped arms and over his back. Then, dogs and all, he should dance with a dazzling piano-keyboard smile off into the wings. Mrs. Bellows, with a secret part of her mind which she constantly had to grip tightly, expected to hear a cheap Chinese gong sound when Mr. Thirkell entered. His large liquid dark eyes were so improbable that one of the old ladies had facetiously claimed she saw a mosquito cloud hovering over them, as they did around summer rain barrels. And Mrs. Bellows sometimes caught the scent of the theatrical mothball and the smell of calliope steam on his sharply pressed suit. But with the same savage rationalization that had greeted all other disappointments in her rickety life, she bit at the suspicion and whispered, "This time it's real. This time it'll work. Haven't we got a rocket?" Mr. Thirkell bowed. He smiled a sudden comedy mask smile. The old ladies looked in at his epiglottis and sensed chaos there. Before he even began to speak, Mrs. Bellows saw him picking up each of his words, oiling it, making sure it ran smooth on its rails. Her heart squeezed in like a tiny fist, and she gritted her porcelain teeth. "Friends," said Mr. Thirkell, and he could hear the frost snap in the hearts of the entire assemblage. "No!" said Mrs. Bellows, ahead of time. She could hear the bad news rushing at her, and herself tied to the track while the immense black wheels threatened and the whistles screamed, helpless. "There will be a slight delay," said Mr. Thirkell. In the next instant Mr. Thirkell might have cried, or been tempted to cry, "Ladies, be seated," in minstrel fashion, for the ladies had come up at him from their chairs, protesting and trembling. Not a very long delay. Mr. Thurkle put up his hands to pat the air. How long? Only a week. A week? Yes. You can stay here at the Restorium for 7 more days, can't you? A little delay won't matter, will it, in the end? You've waited a lifetime. Only a few more days. At $20 a day, thought Mrs. Bellows coldly. What's the trouble? A woman cried. A legal difficulty, said Mr. Thurkle. We've a rocket, haven't we? Well, yes, but I've been here a whole month waiting, said one old lady. Delays, delays. That's right, said everyone. Ladies, murmured Mr. Thurkle, smiling serenely. We want to see the rocket. It was Mrs. Bellows forging ahead alone, brandishing her fist like a toy hammer. Mr. Thurkle looked into the old lady's eyes, a missionary among albino cannibals. Well, now, he said. Yes, now, cried Mrs. Bellows. I'm afraid, he began. So am I, she said. That's why we want to see the ship. No, now, Mrs. He snapped his fingers for her name. Bellows, she cried. She was a small container, but now all the seething pressures that had been built up over long years came steaming through the delicate vents of her body. Her cheeks became incandescent. With a wail that was like a melancholy factory whistle, Mrs. Bellows ran forward and hung to him, almost by her teeth, like a summer-maddened Spitz. She would not and never could let go until he died, and the other women followed, jumping and yapping like a pound let loose on its trainer, the same one who had petted them and to whom they had squirmed and whined joyfully an hour before, now milling about him, creasing his sleeves and frightening the Egyptian serenity from his gaze. This way, cried Mrs. Bellows, feeling like Madame Lafarge. Through the back. We've waited long enough to see the ship. Every day he's put us off. Every day we've waited. Now let's see. No, ladies, cried Mr. Thurkle, leaping about. They burst through the back of the stage and out a door like a flood, bearing the poor man with them into a shed, and then out, quite suddenly, into an abandoned gymnasium. There it is, said someone. The rocket. And then a silence fell that was terrible to entertain. There was the rocket. Mrs. Bellows looked at it, and her hands sagged away from Mr. Thurkle's collar. The rocket was something like a battered copper pot. There were 1,000 bulges and rents and rusty pipes and dirty vents on and in it. The ports were clouded over with dust, resembling the eyes of a blind hog. Everyone wailed a little sighing wail. "Is that the rocket ship, glory be to the highest?" cried Mrs. Bellows, appalled. Mr. Thurkle nodded and looked at his feet. "For which we paid out our $1,000 apiece and came all the way to Mars to get on board with you and go off to find him?" asked Mrs. Bellows. "Why, that isn't worth a sack of dried peas," said Mrs. Bellows. "It's nothing but junk." "Junk," whispered everyone, getting hysterical. "Don't let him get away!" Mr. Thurkle tried to break and run, but 1,000 possum traps closed on him from every side. He withered. Everybody walked around in circles like blind mice. There was a confusion and a weeping that lasted for 5 minutes as they went over and touched the rocket, the dented kettle, the rusty container for God's children. "Well," said Mrs. Bellows. She stepped up into the askew doorway over the rocket and faced everyone. "It looks as if a terrible thing has been done to us," she said. "I haven't any money to go back home to Earth, and I've too much pride to go to the government and tell them a common man like this has fooled us out of our life savings. I don't know how you feel about it, all of you, but the reason all of us came is because I'm 85, and you're 89, and you're 78, and all of us are nudging on towards 100, and there's nothing on Earth for us, and it doesn't appear there's anything on Mars either. We all expected not to breathe much more air or crochet many more doilies, or we'd never have come here. So what I have to propose is a simple thing. To take a chance." She reached out and touched the rusted hulk of the rocket. "This is our rocket. We paid for our trip, and we're going to take our trip." Everyone rustled and stood on tiptoes and opened an astonished mouth. Mr. Thurkle began to cry. He did it quite easily and very effectively. "We're going to get in this ship," said Mrs. Bellows, ignoring him, "and we're going to take off to where we were going." Mr. Thurkle stopped crying long enough to say, "But it was all a fake. I don't know anything about space. He's not out there anyway. I lied. I don't know where he is, and I couldn't find him if I wanted to, and you were fools to ever take my word on it." "Yes," said Mrs. Bellows, "we were fools. I'll go along on that. But you can't blame us, for we are old, and it was a lovely, good, and fine idea. One of the loveliest ideas in the world. Oh, we didn't really fool ourselves that we could get nearer to him physically. It was a gentle, mad dream of old people, the kind of thing you hold on to for a few minutes a day, even though you know it's not true. So all of you who want to go, you'll follow me in the ship." "But you can't go," said Mr. Thirkell. "You haven't got a navigator, and that ship's a ruin." "You," said Mrs. Bellows, "will be the navigator." She stepped into the ship, and after a moment the other old ladies pressed forward. Mr. Thirkell, windmilling his arms frantically, was nevertheless pressed through the port, and in a minute the door slammed shut. Mr. Thirkell was strapped into the navigator's seat, with everyone talking at once and holding him down. The special helmets were issued to be fitted over every grey or white head to supply extra oxygen in case of a leakage in the ship's hull. And at long last the hour had come, and Mrs. Bellows stood behind Mr. Thirkell and said, "We're ready, sir." He said nothing. He pleaded with them silently, using his great dark wet eyes, but Mrs. Bellows shook her head and pointed to the control. "Take off," agreed Mr. Thirkell morosely, and pulled a switch. Everybody fell. The rocket went up from the planet Mars on a great fiery glide, with the noise of an entire kitchen thrown down an elevator shaft, with a sound of pots and pans and kettles and fires boiling and stews bubbling, with a smell of burned incense and rubber and sulphur, with a colour of yellow fire and a ribbon of red stretching below them, and all the old women singing and holding to each other, and Mrs. Bellows crawling upright in the sighing, straining, trembling ship. "Head for space, Mr. Thirkell." "It can't last," said Mr. Thirkell sadly. "This ship can't last. It will. It did. The rocket exploded." Mrs. Bellows felt herself lifted and thrown about dizzily like a doll. She heard the great screamings and saw the flashes of bodies sailing by her in fragments of metal and powdery light. "Help! Help!" cried Mr. Thirkell far away on a small radio beam. The ship disintegrated into 1,000,000 parts, and the old ladies, all 100 of them, were flung straight on ahead with the same velocity as the ship. As for Mr. Thirkell, for some reason of trajectory, perhaps, he had been blown out of the other side of the ship. Mrs. Bellows saw him falling separate and away from them, screaming, screaming. "There goes Mr. Thirkell," thought Mrs. Bellows. And she knew where he was going. He was going to be burned and roasted and broiled good, but very good. Mr. Thirkell was falling down into the sun. "And here we are," thought Mrs. Bellows. "Here we are, going on out, and out, and out." There was hardly a sense of motion at all, but she knew that she was travelling at 50,000 miles an hour, and would continue to travel at that speed for an eternity, until... She saw the other women swinging all about her in their own trajectories, a few minutes of oxygen left to each of them in their helmets, and each was looking up to where they were going. "Of course," thought Mrs. Bellows. "Out into space, out, and the darkness like a great church, and the stars like candles, and in spite of everything, Mr. Thirkell, the rocket, and the dishonesty, we are going toward the Lord." And there, yes, there, as she fell on and on, coming toward her, she could almost discern the outline now. Coming toward her was his mighty golden hand, reaching down to hold her and comfort her like a frightened sparrow. "I'm Mrs. Amelia Bellows," she said quietly in her best company voice. "I'm from the planet Earth." End of A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury. Recording by Sophie Owen. Find me at costlyblood.tumblr.com.